We'll start the meeting in just a moment. We're just waiting for everyone to get logged in. Is anybody not logged in? Okay, I think we're all good. Okay, thank you for your patience. I think with this being our first meeting, everybody is logging in, some for the first time under this platform. And so it does take a little time the first time you log in to get everything set up. So I'll call the first meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee to order. I'm going to start by reading a short land declaration. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewauk, and Adawandron. We honor and respect the history, languages, cultures of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. I would also note that the City of London is committed to making every effort possible to provide alternate formats and communication supports for our meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, the public can contact sppc@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. I'll start with disclosures of pecuniary interest. I have one to disclose. On item 4.21, consideration of appointment to the University of Western Ontario Board of Governors. Although I have formally submitted my resignation of my staff position at Western University, it does not come into effect until November 30th. So that means I cannot vote on, nor could I be appointed to serve until December 1st and on. So I won't be voting on that particular appointment, and I will have Councillor Pelosa chair that section of the meeting. Councillor Trosa.
Similarly, I will not be participating in that particular item for the same reason, for a similar reason.
Any other disclosures? Okay, we have no consent items on our agenda and we have no scheduled items, but good news, we have a whole lot of items for direction. So let me just, for those doing this for the first time, just add just a couple of words. I know for existing councillors, as well as the new ones, you've all had training and experience on the voting system. Oftentimes, there might just be 5 people interested in a 5-member committee, and that's easy. We can proceed right to a motion to appoint them. Where there are more people than there are spots, we do have the preferential system of voting that you've all experienced within the eScribe system. I will remind you a couple of things. First, this is just to establish preferences. It is not an election. That means after we determine what the top preferences are, we still have to have a motion to approve the individuals for appointment to those committees. All of our appointments today will be recommendations to Municipal Council, and when we sit next week as Municipal Council, we will make the final decision. The other thing is, when there are 5 members, let's say on a committee, and there are 10 potential candidates, that means you can vote for up to 5 members. Within our procedures, you're not required to vote for 5 members. You can vote for less. However, I will say, just as a piece of information, it is always helpful when you vote for as many of those positions as possible so that it determines the preferences. Sometimes if you only vote for 1 and it's a committee of 5, it can skew the preferential results, but it is certainly legitimate within our rules if you don't want to pick the whole slate. I would just strongly encourage you to try to choose as many members as there are spots for these positions. I have received a request, at some point, sometimes we would say, let's nominate however many there are, see how many are on the list, and then vote with them. I've received a request that we consider all of the candidates who are before us so that everybody has an equal chance of voting, which means we can skip the whole I'm going to ask for nominations process, and we will move to voting through the preferential system on the full slate of both those which were recommended by striking committee as well as others. And I'll remind you, the striking committee's recommendations are just that, recommendations to council. We've also, I know, received communications from perhaps other boards and commissions with suggestions. Those are all recommendations. This body has the final say on who we'd like to appoint. And so you're more than welcome to vote for whoever you like, but that striking committee and those other pieces of information are meant to give you additional information as you consider your decision making. I will go slow through the process, particularly for the first time. The other thing I will say, having experienced this before, is we, as councillors, all submitted blind preferences. So we didn't know who else was picking what. And now that we see all those preferences together, it is very, very expected that people may want to add their names. In some cases, we need some of you to add your names. Or you might want to remove your names from a committee that you've signed up for. That is very normal. I would say, please give everybody their full consideration, whether they signed up, you know, a couple weeks ago and expressed their preferences, or whether tonight they say, I'd really like to serve on the Corporate Services Committee, for example. You know, everybody should be given equal weight and equal consideration, whether they were on the list or whether we've added them to the list. Especially for us councillors who, again, submitted this blindly without knowing or understanding maybe our full workloads. And as you go through, you'll find that as you get appointed to a couple of boards and commissions, you may say, I got to watch how much I'm taking on, and you may want to remove your name from a couple. So just feel free as we enter into any of these before a vote, if you'd like your name added or you'd like your name removed, that can happen on any one of these. So maybe I'll just see if there's any questions for me before we begin our process. Hopefully I've explained it okay. Great, again, we'll go slow. The other thing I'll add is we will take a mandatory break at 6:30. People will need nutrition as well as their own bio breaks. And so I will stick pretty clearly to that. Unless we're on the very last item, I might push through. But if we're not near the end of the agenda at all, I'm going to ensure that we stick pretty clearly to that particular break. So with that saying, we have items for direction, items 4.1. And one final tip maybe, if colleagues are clicking on the, in the eScribe, if you click on that current item, so that's where you click the 3 lines and the current item. If for some reason you don't have your hard copy agenda before you or your digital copy with you, when you click on that item, there is an attachment under the details section, which is a drop-down section, where you can actually get the committee report and preferences for that particular item. That exists for pretty much every item in here, so if you're looking for some information, please don't try to scramble through your papers. If you don't have something in front of you to make a decision, please just ask me to slow it down. I don't want to call any votes unless people are ready to vote, so that's the most important thing to me. But I just wanted to draw your attention that the Civic Works Committee preferences are right there, so if you're looking to look at them, you can flip over to that screen and see where colleagues submitted their preferences right in the agenda items. Okay? So with that, if we're on consideration of appointment to the Civic Works Committee, and you look at the preferences, we have 2 colleagues who submitted first preferences, a good number who submitted second preferences, and then a number of others who submitted third and fourth preferences. At this time, I'd see if anybody wants to either add their name or remove their names from consideration. Councillor Lehman.
I would like to remove my name from consideration, please. Sure.
Councillor Stevenson.
I would like to remove my name as well.
Okay, so in this situation, we basically have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 colleagues who've submitted first and second preferences. If the colleagues who are on the third and fourth preferences are not looking to try to jump in on this committee, we could consider a preferential vote of those 6 members, unless someone really wants to be considered in the preferential vote. Councillor Frank.
Oh, okay, here we go. Could I also remove my name then?
Yes, you could.
Thank you.
Okay, with Councillor Frank's name removed, we have Councillor McAllister, Councillor Van Meerbergen, Councillor Trosau, Councillor Cuddy, and Councillor Rumman. remaining, and that's 5. Is anybody willing to put that slate on the floor for consideration, and we can just have a vote right away? Okay, I have Councillor Lewis and Councillor Hillier willing to move that slate of 5. Any, Councillor McAllister, Councillor Van Meerbergen, Councillor Trossau, Councillor Cuddy, Councillor Rahman for consideration of appointment to the Civic Works Committee. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? So colleagues, this will not be for a preferential vote. This will be for appointment to the committee because we only have 5 names before us who are considering. Okay, are we good to open this vote?
Could you just say the names again? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. In fact, what we'll do, Councillor, is we're going to put the motion actually up on the screen so you can read the actual motion we're voting on, and that'll be up in a second, and when you refresh, it will show. That might be the easiest way. Okay, so if you want to see the motion and you click the 3 lines and then current item, under votes, if you scroll down, you'll see a motion. It's motion number 3, even though we don't have the other motions, that the following be appointed to the Civic Works Committee for a term ending November 30th, 2023, and then the councillor names listed there. Does everybody see that? I want everybody to be able to see it this way because this will speed things up even if we take a little time this time. So if you've got a counselor who's done this before beside you, maybe ask them to show you how to refresh your screen. And the reason why I'm encouraging this is because the way it is on the screen is the motion we're actually voting on. And so this is a good tool for you to be aware on how to get to, because you can assume what a motion is, but the one on the screen that's going to pop up is the one that is in this box. I think everybody's good. Everybody sees the motion now. They all see how to do that. Okay, so now the clerk, what's going to happen is the clerk's going to open this for voting, and then we'll actually have a vote on this motion. So I'll open the motion for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
The next motion we have to make on each of these committees is to choose a chair. No one in that group expressed a preference to be chair in the selection process. So I would look for someone to be nominated to serve as chair from that group of councillors. Councillor Hopkins.
So you're looking for nominations, and I would put Corinne Rahman's name forward.
Okay, I'll ask the councillor if you accept the nomination.
Thank you, I'll accept.
Any other nominations from that group for chair of this committee? Okay. Seeing none, then we will open a motion. Oh, I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Hopkins moves, Councillor Hillier seconds. Any discussion on the appointment for chair? Okay, we'll open that for voting. sometimes I say that, but it's not actually written yet, so it'll take a moment for the clerk to pop that up.
Counselor Cuddy? Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, congratulations. The next vote is item 4.2. It's consideration to appointment to the Community and Protective Services Committee. If you look to the preference list, we have 6 members of council expressing a first preference, 2 expressing a second preference. I tend to, in this, look to that first and second preference group to see who would like to be considered. And if someone who is in the third and fourth is really keen, we can kind of move your preference up and along there. So I'll look to see if there's anybody looking to add their name to that list of either first or second preferences, which means we would have a vote on 8 members of council for this committee, for a committee of 5, or anybody who'd like to remove their names who are in the second or first preference list. Okay, does anybody else want to be added to that list if we have a preferential ballot for everybody in the first and second lists? If you're not in those 2 lists and you want to be considered, now's the time to let me know. Councillor Hopkins?
I'll remove my name from the second preferential list.
Okay, so at this point, we're moving towards a vote for, with the list of everybody who has a first preference and Councillor McAllister who has a second preference will all be considered together. And this is one of those votes where you'll be able to pick up to 5 individuals. So I'll just wait for the clerk to have that vote loaded. So is everybody ready to proceed with this preferential vote? Again, this is not an election. At the end, we will determine the top 5 preferred people, but then we'll have to have a motion to appoint them. Okay, we'll open this ballot, and again, you can pick up to 5.
Closing the selection. And the 5 members with the most votes are Councillor Pelosa, Councillor Ferreira, Councillor Pribble, Councillor Stevenson, and Councillor Rahman.
Okay, I'd look to see if someone wants to move a motion to appoint those 5 vote getters to the committee. Councillor McAllister, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Any discussion on the motion? And again, it's Councillor Pelosa. Oh, actually, we'll put the motion up and then everybody can see it. Okay, so that vote's refreshed. If you need to look at it, it's vote number 1 now under item 4.2. And it's Councillor Pelosa, Councillor Ferreira, Councillor Pribble, Councillor Stevenson, and Councillor Rahman. Any discussion or questions, or can I open that for voting? I don't see any discussion. I'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, that motion is passed, 15-0.
And now we need to choose a chair for this particular committee. Of the successful candidates, I think Councillor Pelosa expressed her interest in being chair, but any other member who was selected there can express their interest as well. Councillor Lehman?
I will put Councillor Pelosa's name forward as chair.
Councillor Pelosa, I assume you accept, given you put that on. Anybody else who's on that committee? No? Okay, so there's moved and seconded by Councillor Rahman. Any discussion on appointing Councillor Pelosa as chair? No? Okay, we'll open that for voting as soon as it's up. She's going to cancel the vote. There's a small piece missing, and that's the councillor's name. So. That vote should be up now.
Councillor Trosso? I will indicate that yes vote on your behalf. Closing the vote, and the motion is passed, 15-0.
Okay, the next is the Corporate Services Committee. I will say this is a committee I've served on my entire term of council. Irrespective of that, there's nobody with that as a first preference. There's a couple of colleagues with a second preference. I'm looking to see how many people would like to add their names for consideration. Councillor, so does everybody who has their hand up want to add their name? Okay. Councillor Trosow, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor McAllister, are all looking to express interest in this committee. Anyone else? That actually magically gives us 5. Nice work. I'm going to put a motion together for those 5 councillors, and the clerk will type that in, and then we'll get that up on the screen so everybody can see it before we open the vote. I need a mover and seconder for this motion. Councillor Pelosa, Councillor Hillier. Actually, I'll come to you next time, Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion on this motion to appoint these councillors? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, now we move into, I was going to say selecting a chair. We move into selecting a chair. The clerk didn't trust me to get that right. For this committee, Councillor Lewis is the only one from that list who selected an initial preference for the chair. Is there anybody who would like to add their name for consideration from the chair? I see Councillor Lewis is still willing to serve as chair. Okay. Anybody else from that group want to consider chairing? Okay, if I don't see any, then I'll look for a mover and a seconder for Councillor Lewis, Councillor Cuddy, and Councillor Pribble. Any discussion? Okay, as soon as that's ready, it will open for voting to appoint Councillor Lewis as chair of the Corporate Services Committee.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, the next one is the Planning Committee. So for all the people who didn't want to be on Corporate Services, there were certainly many who wanted to be on Planning. We have 6 with a first preference, 2 with a second preference. That's a total of 8. Is there anybody who would either like to remove themselves from that group of 8 or add themselves in for consideration to that group of 8? Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. You can remove me from the second preference. Remove me from the group 8.
Anyone else want to be removed or added? Okay, then we're going to bring up a preferential ballot that contains all of the people listed in first preferences, as well as Councillor Pribble from the list of second preferences for consideration to the Planning Committee. I just want to ask colleagues, so that we're aware, is there any colleague who isn't on any committees yet before we take this vote? Is it everybody with their hand up, or someone's trying to point it out? Councillor Hopkins?
I am not on a standing committee.
Councillor Hillier?
I am not on yet.
And Councillor Lehman?
Nope.
Councillor Frank?
Nope.
Okay, well, people can take that into consideration as they vote. I think it's just important to note who's not on a committee yet. Don't bother voting because we're going to cancel this vote because we missed one name from the list. Okay, this should be the full list of names now.
So the counselors with the most selections are Councillor Lehman, Councillor Hillier, Councillor Lewis, Councillor Hopkins, and Councillor Frank.
Okay, is there someone willing to move a motion for those councillors to be appointed? Councillor Hillier is willing. Seconder? Councillor Rahman? Any discussion on the appointment of these councillors? Okay, well, we'll get that on the screen, and I'll let you know when we'll open the vote. Okay, that motion's ready for voting. Is there any other discussion on it? Okay, we'll open it for voting. Go ahead.
I'll just vote yes. My voting is kind of glitching here.
Sure. Counselor Cuddy, you having the same? If you see a voting in progress near the top, try clicking on that. Sometimes it doesn't pop up, and that's where it lands when it doesn't pop up.
Closing the vote, that motion is passed, 15-0.
The successful candidates, there were two who chose or indicated chair, Councillor Lehman and Councillor Lewis. I'd like to see, okay, Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I will withdraw my name as chair. Councillor Lehman was the vice chair in the last year of the previous term, and I'm happy to support him for chair this time.
Okay. Does anybody else want to, so we'll remove Councillor Lewis from that consideration. Does anyone want to add their name to be consideration for chair? No? Then I'd look for a motion to appoint Councillor Lehman as chair. We've got Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Lewis. Any discussion on that? Okay, as soon as that's ready, we'll open for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
That brings us to appointments for the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee requires the Deputy Mayor and 3 members of Council. There are 4 members of Council who indicated a preference. So at this time, I would look to see if there are anybody who wants their name removed or anybody who wants their name added. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. You can remove my name, please.
Okay, that leaves us with 3. Is there anyone who would like their name added? Councillor Ferreira.
I would also like my name removed, please.
Now we're short one. Want to go back on, Councillor Pelosa? I'll ask anybody else. Does anybody want to add their name? We're short 1 member for the Audit Committee at this time. I will say I've served and chaired the Audit Committee. It's a very important committee. You get to meet our internal and external auditors, value for money audits, internal process audits. It's very exciting. Am I selling this? If you make eye contact with me, I'm going to try to eye contact you into it. It meets 4 times a year. That's it. Does that help? Audit Committee? Councillor McAllister? Willing to serve, yes?
Yeah, I'll put my name forward, thank you.
Oh, Councillor Cuddy. Does that mean you don't want to do it, Councillor McAllister, or you would like to?
Peter can have it. Didn't see your hand up.
Okay, so what we have now is, so far now on the list, Councillor Pribble, Councillor Cuddy, Councillor Stevenson, and the Deputy Mayor as well. Nobody want to jump in now? Okay, all right. I better open this one for voting before anybody changes their mind. I'll need a mover and a seconder to appoint the Audit Committee. Counselor Pelosa enthusiastically, and Counselor Hopkins will second that. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open the motion for appointment to the Audit Committee. Okay. All right, we're going to open this for voting now.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
We've been having the Deputy Mayor chair the Audit Committee. However, it's not in the terms of reference that that's the case, so it's just been something we've done. So given that's the case, I would seek nominations to chair the Audit Committee. This is where someone could actually nominate the Deputy Mayor if they don't want to do it, but I need a chair of the Audit Committee. Councillor Rahman.
Happy to nominate the Deputy Mayor as the chair.
Councillor Stevenson, you want a second? Okay. Do you accept?
I'm not sure that I have a choice, so I will, with thanks to my nominators, accept.
All right. Anybody else want to jump in on this race? No? Okay. We have a mover and a seconder to appoint Councillor Deputy Mayor Lewis as the chair of Audit Committee. We're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
Next, we have consideration for appointment to the Covent Garden Market. There are two spots on this appointment. There are 3 councillors who have indicated their early interest. Councillor Lehman?
I will remove my name for consideration.
Okay, we now have 2 councillors for 2 spots, but would someone like to add their name? Okay, seeing none, then I'd look for a motion to appoint Councillor Hillier and Councillor Ferreira to the Covent Garden Market. Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Lehman, moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Okay, that'll open for voting momentarily.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
Next, we have item 4.7, which is consideration of appointment to the City-County Liaison Committee. It requires the mayor, 2 councillors, and 1 alternate councillor. I will say, having served on this committee, there is the mayor and 2 councillors who vote, but the alternate councillor is always invited along for the meetings. They just don't have a vote. So we have 3 councillors, which means we could do this one of 2 ways. First off, I'll ask if anybody else would like to be added to this list of City-County Liaison Committee. Okay, so there's 2 ways to approach this. Someone could volunteer to be the alternate member, or we could have a vote, and then we could just take the 2 highest vote getters as the, okay. Councillor Pribble, go ahead.
I'm volunteering to be the alternate.
Okay, so that means we have Councillor Pribble volunteering to be the alternate. The other two councillors will be the voting members as in addition to myself. Councillor Ferreira?
I'm not sure if I can say the same, but I was going to say the same as Jerry there as the alternate. But if Jerry got it first, then I'll go with Jerry.
I reverse my decision and I will stand.
When I gave the big speech about collaboration last night, this is kind of what I was talking about. So we have Councillor Ferreira willing to be the alternate on that, Councillor Pribble and McAllister to join me as the voting member appointments to the City County Liaison Committee. I'll need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting in a moment.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Next, 4.8, consideration of appointment to the Dearness Home Committee of Management. We have 5 council members required. We have 4 who've expressed an interest so far. Is anybody looking to add or even remove their name from this list? Preferentially adding and not removing, but you certainly have the right to do either. And if you need, maybe Councillor Pelosa, if there's no one jumping in as the chair of the Dearness Home Committee of Management, would you like to share, would you like to make the pitch to get an additional committee member?
My shameless pitch is this is a lovely committee that meets currently remotely. It's well run. It's the city's long-term care home, which is essential. We offer an adult day program, really well run. We only meet once quarterly. You get to spend more time with Mr. Kevin Dickens, who's also great. And it's a really well-run board about caring for seniors and making place in our community for others.
So who would like to add their name? Councillor McAllister. Willing to add your name? Yes? Okay. We now have a full slate. Would anybody else like to add their name after hearing what Councillor Pelosa had to say? No? Okay, then I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that full slate of appointments to the Dearness Committee. Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Rahman. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting momentarily. Oddly, my phone just looked up all the McAllisters in the world. So there you go. So this is open for voting now.
Closing the vote, that motion is passed 15-0.
And we don't have to pick a chair for this because that's done by the committee. So that will happen later. Thank you for all those who were willing to serve. Consideration of appointment to the Governance Working Group. The Governance Working Group can take as many members as are interested. It is a working group of council, which means it operates like a standing committee, but with relaxed rules and reports in through SPPC and then into council. So SPPC gives it direction with the support of municipal council on the items to work on. So we have a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 names so far, but again, we can take as many as are interested for this working group. Councillor Hillier.
I would like to add my name to the list, please.
Anybody else like to add their name to the list?
I'd like to add my name to the list, please.
Councillor Cuddy would like to add. Anybody want to drop their name from the list? Okay, any other ads? Okay, I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Lewis, Councillor Cuddy seconds. Any discussion on the appointments to the governance working group? Okay. We'll open a motion momentarily for that. Just make sure your name's on it. Vote's open.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
Okay, the next vote is for appointment to the London Middlesex Community Housing Board. There are 7 councillors interested in the 2 spots on that board. So I'll look at this time to see if anybody's willing to withdraw or add their name to this list. Councillor Pribble.
I would like to withdraw my name.
Councillor Cuddy.
I'd like to withdraw my name, please.
Councillor Stevenson.
I would like to withdraw my name.
Okay. Councillor Ferreira. I need your mic, Councillor Stevenson.
I'd also like to withdraw.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I just want to take this opportunity to say on my own behalf and for whoever else joins this committee, housing obviously is going to be a very important issue. I'm asking colleagues' support to remain on this board. I took over a vacancy after Councillor Squire resigned his position in the last term. So I've served for about 10 months on this board. I will say that it is some pretty heavy lifting. There are 4 subcommittees. Board members are expected to serve on the subcommittees as well as attend the board meetings themselves. But of course, the work is very, very, very important as we look at our housing situation in the city. How we move forward in managing our own rent geared to income units is going to be a key component of our success on the housing file. I hope to continue the work that I've started. It did take a couple of months to get up to speed and wrap my head around some of the complexities that we're dealing with at the corporation, but I think it's a really critical role for the next 4 years that London Housing function very smoothly and that we have some success in not only getting our RGI units occupied, but also expanding the inventory. The Reimagined Southdale project is coming forward. That's going to be a very exciting thing, but it's also going to be an important bit of the work that we're doing around the housing issue for the city as a whole.
Councillor Chosa.
Yes, I want to say that this is a very important committee for me. I've really thought about this hard. There are other boards and commissions I'd like to serve on, but going back to my law school days, housing justice, housing issues has been first and foremost for me. In my law practice days in Berkeley, I was fundamentally a housing lawyer, and I saw a lot of things that weren't nice. And I think I'm very, very prepared to take this committee on. My academic work the last few years has not been in the area of housing, but it's something I would plan to return to. And furthermore, when I served as the chair of the London Housing Advisory Committee in 2006 to 2010, it became clear to me that the public housing was something that needed a lot more attention, and I believe it still does. So I just wanted to express my very, very keen interest in this subject area.
Thank you. Councillor McAllister.
I'd also like to express this is a very important file for me as well. As the only tenant on council, I also think I'd be a strong voice on this committee. I think the East also, there's a very strong focus on housing as well, and I'd like the opportunity to serve on this committee. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else want to put their name forward and make some remarks? Okay, then we have 3 candidates for 2 spots. You've heard from each of them. So I will look to open our preferential voting system for that.
The result of the selection process indicates Councillor Lewis receiving the most votes and Councillors Trosso and McAllister receiving equal number of votes. So in accordance with our policy, we would then draw a lot from the 2 with the fewer votes. And that would, the name drawn will be the name of the candidate to be appointed. On pieces of paper that are the same, I have written the names Councillor Trosso and Councillor McAllister. The name selected is Councillor McAllister.
Okay, so I need a motion for Councillor Lewis and Councillor McAllister to be appointed to the Housing Board. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 14-1.
The next item is item 4.11, consideration of appointment to London Hydro. There is one councillor member spot. There are 3 councillors interested. I'll look to either those councillors who might want to remove their names or anybody who wants to add their name. Councillor Hillier.
I will withdraw my name.
Okay, anybody else want to add their name or withdraw their name? Okay, then we will have a selection process for the 2 councillors. There is 1 spot.
That selection is open for voting. Closing the selection, and the councillor with the most votes is Councillor Rahman.
I need a motion to appoint Councillor Rahman to this board. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting in a moment.
Closing the vote, that motion is passed 15-0.
Okay, next, 4.12, consideration of appointment to the London Police Services Board. It requires the mayor and 2 councillors, so we are selecting the 2 councillors. There are 2 spots and 4 names. Is anybody looking to either remove their name or add their name to this list? Councillor Lehman.
I would like to add my name to the list for consideration.
Oh, Councillor Lewis.
And I would like to withdraw my name from consideration, please. With housing, two boards with this kind of workload is more than I'm going to find time for in the week.
Okay, anybody else either add or remove? Okay, that'll leave us, there will be 2 spots and 4 councillors still. Councillor Pribble, Councillor Ferreira, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Lehman for consideration. And again, you can pick 2. Are you ready? Okay, we'll open that for voting. Stop it. Yeah. I forgot to ask for anybody who wanted to speak to that one, just like we had for the other ones. Councillor Pribble.
I would like to speak to this one. I did rank this one as number 1 board. I wanted to join. The reason for that are the various initiatives I've been involved in, honestly, close to 20 years, both as a small business owner and managing hotels. And there are not just the service part for the citizens, but also the part I got involved a couple of years ago with the police board in terms of the PTSD issues when one of our officers, Omar, passed away. And I got involved on various levels with St. Joe's veterans and also the provincial government in terms of the setting up and initiatives for the PTSD residential units for the police officers. And I've been involved with them intensively on these issues. So yes, it is my number 1 board ranked because I do feel that I have a lot to add to this board through my experiences and activities. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Ferreira.
As the downtown ward councillor, we have a high incidence of police involvement with a lot of things going on. So just to properly represent the constituency here, I feel like I should be on this board. I've spoken to many cops on the ground. I hear what they've had to say. I have a good understanding of what's going on, so I feel like I could bring all that to the table and just to properly represent the constituency here too. So, thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Similar to David, my ward with Old East Village and the ward in general, policing is the #1 issue, and to represent the businesses there and the residents, this is my #1 board.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I've had experience downtown considerably, obviously, with the business downtown for the last 30 years, but also as a member of the RBC Convention Center on the board of the Covent Garden and a member of the board of LDBA. But other than that as well, I also have a perspective of police services needed in our suburban areas, and I'm speaking particularly about my ward, which I believe that represents concerns felt across the city. Concern about our policing services was a high issue that was discussed at the door by myself and in speaking other councillors. I understand that the same concern in other areas of the city as well. So I believe I've been able to bring a mixed perspective that will be of value on this board.
Okay, so colleagues, you've heard from everybody under consideration. We'll now open this for voting, and there are 2 spots and 4 candidates.
Closing the selection, the councillors receiving the most votes are Councillors Stevenson and Lehman.
Okay, I'll look for a motion to appoint those 2 councillors. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Any discussion on the appointment to this board? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this for voting. As soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 13-2.
Next, we have 4.13, consideration of appointment to the London Public Library Board. There are 2 members of council required. There are 4 candidates currently. Is anybody looking to remove or add their name for appointment to the London Public Library Board? Councillor Pribble.
I would like to withdraw my name.
Any other adds or removes? Councillor Pelosa.
This is a wonderful board, serves our community so well. It's been an honor to serve on it the last term, but I will make space for new colleagues now with remove my name.
Okay, thank you. We now have 2 candidates remaining for 2 spots. Is there anybody looking to add their name? Okay, makes it easy. Then I'll look for a motion to make an appointment of Councillor Trosow and Councillor Cuddy to the London Public Library Board. I see Councillor Van Meerbergen moving and Councillor Lewis seconding. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Next, item 4.14 is consideration of appointment to the London Transit Commission. There are 2 council members who will serve on the London Transit Commission. We have 5 names currently. Is anybody looking to add their name or withdraw their name? Councillor Cuddy.
I'd like to withdraw my name from consideration.
Councillor Stevenson.
I'd like to withdraw my name from consideration.
Anyone else or anyone want to add? Councillor McAllister. Councillor Stevenson, I might need your mic still.
I'd like to withdraw my name.
Okay, that brings us down to 2 for 2 spots. Anybody looking to add their name? Last chance. Okay, if there's no one who wants to add their name, since we have 2 councillors for 2 spots, we can move right to a motion of appointment. Councillor Hopkins, I assume you're willing to move Councillor Pribble and Councillor Ferreira to the appointment to the London Transit Commission. I'll look for a seconder, Councillor Frank. Any discussion? Okay, that'll open for voting momentarily.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Okay. 4.15, consideration of appointment to the Middlesex London Emergency Medical Services Authority Board. Requires 1 council member. There's currently 1 who indicated an interest in this, Councillor Stevenson. Is there anybody who'd like to add their name? Okay. I'll look for a motion to appoint Councillor Stevenson to the board. Councillor Pelosa and Councillor Hillier moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, that motion is passed 15-0.
Item 4.16, consideration of appointment to the Middlesex London Food Policy Council. Requires 1 council member. It's a 2-year term. And I have 2 councillors interested, Councillor Ferreira and Councillor McAllister. Is anybody looking to either withdraw or add their name? Councillor Ferreira.
Withdraw my name from that, please.
Okay, we have 1 councillor for 1 spot. Is anyone looking to add their name? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion to appoint Councillor McAllister to the Food Policy Council. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Any discussion? No? We'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, that motion is passed, 15-0.
Next is an appointment to the Middlesex Lennon Health Unit. It requires 2 council members. There are 3 interested so far. I'll look for anybody who wants to withdraw or add their name. Councillor Stevenson.
Please withdraw my name.
All right, that leaves 2 for 2 spots, but we can certainly add names if you're interested. Okay, seeing no one, then we will move right to a motion to appoint Councillor Cuddy and Councillor Frank to the Middlesex Lennon Health Unit. Councillor Lewis moved and Councillor Pelosa seconded. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
Before we consider item 4.18, there's an additional piece of information that colleagues will need to hear about appointment to Museum London. At this time, I'm going to ask if someone is willing to move a motion to move in camera. The clerk will read the reason. I'll look for to see if there's a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Hillier and Councillor Hopkins are willing to move and second it, but let's have the clerk read out the reason for going into camera, and then we can have a vote after that.
The motion reads that the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee convene in closed session in order to consider a matter related to solicitor-client privileged advice.
Okay, we're going to open that for voting, assuming no one has any questions. Okay.
Closing the vote, that motion is carried, 15-0.
Okay, we'll need to get the doors closed, and we'll just take us a moment to switch to an in-camera session. Okay, I'll ask the deputy mayor to report out on our in-camera session.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to report out the progress was made for the matter, that being client solicitor privilege that we went in camera for.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to look to see if someone's willing to move the following motion, that the appointment to the Museum London Board be referred to a future meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. Someone willing to move that? Councillor Stevenson, someone willing to second? Councillor Rahman. Any discussion on referring this appointment to a future meeting? No? Okay, we'll open that for voting in the system.
Closing the vote, that motion is passed, 15-0.
Okay. Just give me just a moment. I just need to confer with the clerk on one matter. Okay, so the next appointment is 4.19, consideration of appointment to RBC Place London. It requires the mayor and 2 council members. I'm going to, before we take nominations, I'm going to ask Councillor Pelosi to take the chair. I'd like to make some remarks before we make this appointment.
Thank you. I have the chair and recognize Mayor Morgan.
During the campaign, I had indicated that it was my intention as mayor to potentially move off of RBC Place and instead serve on Tourism London to align with some of the approaches that I wanted to take to the promotion of the city externally. I will say this, given the current structure of the bylaws on the advice of the clerk, there is no way for me to delegate my spot to another member of council at this time. We can make that change, but we can't do it at this meeting because it requires a change of bylaw. So it is my intent to take the ex officio position, which means there will only be spots for 2 councillors. But should we be able to make that change in the future, whoever is potentially not successful or withdraws, we could certainly give them another opportunity once we made the adjustments, should council support those adjustments at that time. I'll have to do something similar with Tourism London. I can't just add myself at this time. There's a small change that has to be made with both bodies on that. I just wanted to let council know that we'll proceed as we normally would, but I will be asking council in a future meeting to support me in making some adjustments to where the mayor sits and where that time is designated between these 2 bodies.
Thank you. Returning the chair to Mayor Morgan with no further speakers on the list at this time.
Okay, so this requires the mayor and 2 members of council, and as I said, the mayor is ex officio, and I intend on fulfilling those duties until any sort of change is made. So we require 2 members of council. There are 3 listed. Is anybody want to add or withdraw their name? Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would be fine with just standing as an alternate for the time being until that decision can be made.
Yes, so you would need to withdraw. Certainly council, I mean, I hope everybody would consider you, but at the time, if there's a change made, it would be subject to 1, council approving the change that I bring forward to request, and 2, then appointing you. So if you'd like to strongly serve on this board, I would recommend that you keep your name on and compete for it. If you're willing to take that chance, you could certainly withdraw your name. I just didn't want to make a guarantee that I can't make on this. So would you like to withdraw or stay on?
I'll stay on then. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 3 individuals for 2 spots. Anybody want to add their name? No? Then we'll have to do our preferential ballot. You'll be able to vote for up to 2 of these 3 individuals. And we will open that now.
The councillors receiving the most votes in this selection process are Councillors Ferreira and Stevenson.
Need a motion to appoint those 2 councillors to this board. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting in a moment.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
Thank you. The next consideration is for appointment to Tourism London. There are 2 council members. As I had indicated, I will be pursuing a discussion with Tourism London about adding the mayor as someone who sits on this board, but it is not my intent to displace a councillor spot at this time. There's some discussion with the folks at Tourism, an initial discussion I've had that's very positive, but I think the appropriate path here until that is finalized and brought before council for consideration is to continue with the appointments as discussed and appoint 2 councillors to this particular board. So we have 2 spots and 6 names. Would anybody like to add or withdraw themselves from this position? Councillor Stevenson and then Councillor Pribble.
I'd like to withdraw my name, please.
Withdraw my name as well.
Any other? Okay, that means we have 2 spots and 4 councillors considering their position. And this time, I will say, would anybody like to speak and make their case for appointment to this board? Councillor Hillier.
Yes, thank you very much. As many of you know, my family has been putting on events and festivals in London for over 35 years without using tax dollars, and I find this to be one of the most fulfilling boards that there is. So thank you for that.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. This was actually my top board selection of an agency board or commission. have a not-for-profit management background and had served on other boards like Museum London and like the library that already affect downtown and help drive tourism. And this was an area I was interested in the diversification of my experience on council.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to colleagues. This was very high on my list too. As I've shared with a couple of you, I did serve on the board last term. There are a couple of exciting things that I was able to be a part of and play a role in, not the least of which is the Vanier Cup, which is coming to our community next weekend, which is going to be a very exciting opportunity for Londoners to witness that football game, one of the very, very few times it's ever been outside of Toronto. So it'd be great to have it here in London where we can host. Of course, there's other exciting work that tourism does, the convention side of the business, and I know Councillor Hopkins knows how valuable having AMO come to London is for its convention. But there's lots of other organizations that are looking at London as a convention destination too. Of course, Air Show London, which took place this summer and has been and continues to be a great success in drawing some economic opportunities to our community. So there's some work there that I've started that I'd like to finish. So I'm hoping colleagues will support the continuation of that work at this time. I will say that this is a board that I might consider at some point during this term of council stepping down from to make space for somebody else if they wish to come in. But there are a couple of projects that I'd like to finish before I wrap up my time on the tourism board.
Councillor McAllister, would you like to speak as well?
I had just had, as my first term, I have an interest in tourism. It would be nice to get more tourism in the east, especially in Ward 1. So I'm coming at this from a perspective that it would be nice to have more in the ward for tourism. So thank you.
Thank you. So colleagues, you've heard from those who are before us for consideration. We can select 2 of the 4, and we will open that process for voting now.
Closing the selection process, Councillors Lewis and Pelosa have received the most votes.
I look for a motion to appoint those councillors to the tourism board. Councillor Hillier is willing to move, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, that motion is carried, 15-0.
Next matter is associated with a matter that I declared a conflict on, so I will hand the chair over to Councillor Pelosa for this particular appointment.
Thank you. We're on item 4.21, consideration of appointments to the University of Western Ontario Board of Governors. Traditionally, this requires the mayor or alternate. The mayor is interested, but has already declared a conflict as cited earlier in this meeting, and his term would need to be delayed by a couple of weeks to give him a chance to, with the December 1st, and I believe Councillor Lewis is going to speak to that. I recognize Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And yes, through you, I'd like to amend this, that we move the appointment of Mayor Morgan with the term effective December 1st of 2022 and not immediately.
Looking for a seconder. I recognize Councillor Hillier as the seconder. It's been moved and seconded. Looking for any questions or comments in regards to item 4.21 of the delayed appointment to Mayor Morgan to the Western Board of Governors. Seeing none, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion is carried, 13-0 with 2 recused.
Thank you. Just for, as we're all new to this, if you ever were supposed to recuse and didn't, you could either correct your vote quickly, or there's always a motion to reconsider, which we don't need today because we were excellent on point. And congratulations, Mayor Morgan, and I return the chair to you.
Great. I have no comment on that matter, but I will certainly move to the next one, and that's 4.22, consideration of appointment to Western Affairs Board of Governors. This requires one appointment to the Board of Governors, a position I've held for the last 2 terms of council. There is one member of council who submitted their name, Councillor Stevenson. Is there any others who are interested in this? Okay, then we can move straight to an appointment on this one. Councillor Hillier is willing to move it. Councillor Trosa is willing to second it. And we will open that for voting as soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
Next is consideration of appointment to the Western Fair Programming Council. I'll let Councillor Stevenson know, since I'm familiar with the organization, there is no point in you being on the Programming Council if you're on the board. So I'll see if you want to withdraw your name to that. There are 2 spots on the Programming Council. There are 4 individuals currently. Councillor Stevenson.
Please withdraw my name.
Councillor Hillier.
Please withdraw my name as well. Thank you.
Okay, that leaves 2 councillors left, Councillor Pelosa and Councillor Frank. Anybody else interested in the Programming Council of the Western Fair? Okay, we can move straight to an appointment vote then. Is there anyone willing to move that vote? Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Rahman. We'll open that when it's ready.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
Next, consideration of appointment to the Argyle Business Improvement Area requires 1 council member, noting that this is primarily in Ward 2, but also partially in Ward 4. There's 1 councillor interested, and that is the Ward 2 councillor, Councillor Lewis. Is anyone looking to add their name? Okay, seeing none, then we can move to an appointment right away. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for Councillor Lewis for this. Councillor Cuddy, Councillor Stevenson, Stevens. I just said Stevenson. You know why? Because it's Steven. Oh, it's Stevenson. Oh. You know why I get that wrong? It's because I had 2 supervisors in university, and one was Stevens and one was Stevenson. And I say it. I'm going to flip between them, and I'm going to apologize every time I do it. You can get my name wrong as often as you like, because you owe me a few. Sorry about that. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
The clerk said, now I'm babbling, which was true. Consideration of appointment to the Hamilton Road Business Improvement Area. This is in Ward 1, and the Ward 1 councillor has put his name forward. Is there anyone else interested in this appointment? Seeing none, I'll look for a mover and a seconder to appoint Councillor McAllister. I have Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Hillier on this. Any questions or discussion? No, we'll open that for voting.
Counselor Trassa? Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Consideration of appointment to the Hyde Park BIA requires one counselor, primarily in Ward 7, also partially in Ward 8. Counselor Rahman from Ward 7 has put her name forward. Is there anyone else interested? No. Seeing none, we can move straight to appointment. Moved by Counselor Lehman, seconded by Counselor Trosow. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that appointment for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
London Business Association Board of Management, one council member. It is within Ward 13, and the Ward 13 councillor has put his name forward. Is anybody else looking to serve in this capacity? Seeing none, we can move straight to appointment. Councillor Hopkins is willing to move. Councillor Hillier is willing to second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
The Old East Village BIA, Board of Management, requires one council member, is within Ward 4, and the Ward 4 councillor has put her name forward. Is anybody else interested in serving here? No, we can move straight to appointment. I'll look for a mover, Councillor Cuddy, and a seconder, Councillor Hillier. Any discussion? We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Okay. Next, two very important boards that do not have enough councillors yet to fill them, so there'll be some arm twisting on these. Consideration of appointment to the Elgin Primary Water Supply System Joint Management Board. It requires 3 councillors and 3 alternatives, so 6 members of council need to serve. There's 1 member indicating that they're willing to serve as a member, and 1 member indicating they're willing to serve as an alternate. I need at least 2 more members willing to serve on the board and 2 more alternates. Who would like to stick up their hand and go first? Councillor Frank.
I'll serve as an alternate.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too will serve as an alternate on the Huron board. I do have conflicts with the timing of the boards. That's why I'm not putting my name forward, but hopefully I can find room to come in as an alternate.
Okay, we'll write you down for the next one on that, but we're going to deal with the Elgin board first. Councillor Frank?
Could I know when they meet? Actually, that's a great question.
We're going to find that out in just a moment. And we better find out for the next water board too.
Yes, the water boards meet on the same day, so you can serve on both without a conflict, just for your information. They generally meet 4 times a year, and it's Thursdays. Here, I have to confirm the time. Huron is first, and Elgin is second. But the times have changed from when I used to be involved with them, so just give me a quick moment. And the board meeting dates are set once annually, but they're generally in and around the same time. My best guess is noon for Huron and 3 or 4 for Elgin. But I can confirm that prior to council next week.
Yes, so if you sign up now, and it turns out that we get the information before council and we need to make some adjustments, we certainly could, but it would be nice to try to populate these at committee and not have to wait for council. Go ahead, Councillor Frank.
With that kind of information, could I also do what Anna did and switch to Lake Huron as an alternate?
Okay. We actually have the actual times now.
I was close. Huron meets at 2, Elgin meets at 5 p.m.
Yeah, so then I'd like to withdraw for the Elgin one and then sign up as alternate for Lake Huron.
I'm going to ask Ms. Scher, if she's on the line and available, who serves as the CAO for the water boards, to give a little bit of information on the important work that the water boards do and why it is important to have excellent representation there.
My apologies. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much, Mayor Morgan. So the 2 regional water authorities provide water to 15 member municipalities in an area approximately the size of Prince Edward Island. We have a treatment plant at Lake Erie near Port Stanley and another one just north of Grand Bend. And that is a joint decision-making board that works on behalf of all the member municipalities to ensure that we're providing safe water supply that they then distribute and manage within their own communities. We can get by with fewer alternatives or alternates. So the alternate could represent more than one London councillor if that is the case. But we do absolutely need those primary voting members to be in place.
Okay, so I need volunteers for the water boards. We have one who is not an alternate for Elgin, and we do have 3 of the 4 we need for Lake Huron. Councillor McAllister.
I'd like to put my name forward for the Elgin water supply. Thank you.
Councillor Frank?
I'll put my name forward for the Lake Huron as a council member, not the alternate one.
That's great. That fills Lake Huron, but there's only one alternate, but I think we can deal with that for now. We need volunteers for the Elgin Primary Water System Supply Board, though. And I'll tell you what happens if we don't make a decision here. We do the exact same thing at council, so it's better to do this. The other thing I can do, colleagues, if you would like, is I know people have volunteered, but we could refer these matters to much later in the agenda after we've made a number of other appointments and come back to them if you'd like to think about it and think about meeting 4 times a year for a very important job. So would you like to volunteer now or do you want me to? Councillor Stevenson.
My only concern is conflicts with my other Thursday meetings, but with an alternate, that'll be fine, right? So I'll volunteer.
Okay, so which one do you want to volunteer for? The Elgin one? As an alternate, okay. As a member or as an alternate?
I'm happy to do member, assuming the alternate could cover me if I had a conflict.
Okay. Okay, I think that means we're good on Elgin because we have 3 members and 1 alternate. We will be looking for additional people to volunteer for alternates just to make sure. But it sounds to me like the CAO said that that was acceptable for now. Councillor Pelosa?
I'll alternate on Elgin as well, just to make sure that if Councillor Stevenson has conflicts, we can trade off back and forth.
Thank you. Okay, that looks to me like we're going to be, oh, Councillor McAllister?
I do apologize, but I do have a conflict at Thursday at 5, so I would like to switch to an alternate if I can.
Okay, so I'm good on alternates now, but I need 1 more member for this board. Councillor Pelosa?
Is there dinner tonight or snacks? Because if there is, I will go as a full member on the Elgin Area Primary Water Supply.
I can inform you that there is food available tonight, so I will sign you up.
We have a deal.
And we're 16 minutes away from that food as well. Okay, I need a mover and a seconder for the slate. Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Well, everybody wanted to move and second that and get it done before we make any changes. Any discussion on this? Okay, we're going to open this for voting. I might just remind everybody what they've signed up for since there was a little back and forth there. So it is Councillor Pelosa, Councillor Stevenson, and Councillor Hillier as the regulars, Van Meerbergen and McAllister as the 2 alternates. Okay, that's what we're voting on? Okay, that'll be open for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Okay, so here's what I think I have for Huron. Councillor Hillier, Councillor Van Meerbergen, Councillor Lehman, and Councillor Frank, you're willing to serve as a full member on Huron. Okay, so we're good for full members. We have Councillor Hopkins as the alternate. Would anybody else like to join as an alternate to help cover any members who might not be able to make it? Councillor McAllister?
What time was that one at again?
2 p.m.
Okay, I'll serve as an alternate on that one. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have Councillor Hillier, Van Meerbergen, Lehman, Frank as regular members, Hopkins, McAllister as alternates, 2 spots for other alternates, but we can fill those later. Unless someone wants to step up now. No? Okay, we'll make this appointment now then. I am going to ask again at council, so take some thought about it. A mover and a seconder for these appointments. Hillier and Hopkins. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
I'm going to ask on the next two together, which is the appointment to the Kettle Creek Conservation Authority and appointment to the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority. One requires 3 council members, one requires 1 council member. There are some alternative options we can pursue, but I first and foremost want to see if anybody is willing to serve on those as an appointed member, one of those 2 conservation authorities. Or both of them, if you would really like. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I'm just wondering if we might entertain a change of order on these appointments. The Upper Thames has more names submitted than are required, with 5 for 4 positions. And I'm wondering if we considered the Upper Thames first, if somebody who perhaps is not successful on that board might consider taking one of the vacancies on one of these other 2 boards.
I see everybody nodding, so I'm not going to need a motion of a change of order. I'll just, with general agreement at committee, move to 4.33, consideration of appointment to the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. It does require 4 members. There are 5 interested, but I know Councillor Hopkins also has some remarks associated with this particular appointment that I want to go to her on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. We are on the appointments for UTRCA, so I understand Councillor Frank will be speaking to that.
Councillor Frank.
Awesome, yes. So I'd like to make a motion, and I just want to give a bit of background for folks because you might not be familiar in some of the changing legislation. But in 2020, there are some changes to the Conservation Authority Act, which requires at least 70% of appointees to conservation authorities be municipal councillors, meaning that there is still some availability for members of the community to serve on conservation authorities should we deem that as a choice. So I was hoping to put forward a motion where we've kind of followed that, and I do have a motion drafted for the clerk. But the reason really behind that is because we do have some really wonderful people in the community who have been serving on conservation authorities, and I know that they have done a really great job. So I think it's an excellent opportunity to have some strong community volunteers, and being, able to see that some of the conservation authorities aren't full, being able to spread some of the workload around for both councillors who maybe will want to sit on some of the other conservation authorities that don't have a councillor assigned to it, as well as that opportunity to share those experiences with the community and share the workload of the conservation authority boards. So I have a motion, I think, drafted, and I'm not sure if we could pull it up just because it's a bit long, so it might be easier to see.
Okay, if you switch to your current item, the motion that you're proposing before us should be on the screen. And whenever you're proposing a motion, I would prefer. Oh, it's number 3 in the motions under the current items. I would prefer you read the motion so that the public at home who cannot see what says in the e-scribe can hear the motion that is being proposed.
Before I read Do it now or add it to after?
It's your motion, so
Okay.
I'd get it the way you want now.
Awesome, okay. I was also hoping to add a timeline to this. So some sort of wording suggesting that if we opened up the process to community for applications, that the application process be received no later for the SPPC meeting that's scheduled February 7th, and then would go to council February 14th. As the Upper Thames, their board next meets February 16th, so it'd be nice to have the slate prepared for them for their AGM.
In an effort to be as efficient as possible, we're going to add a line that says, when it reports to a future meeting of SPPC, it's going to be on or before February 7th, 2023, which basically sets the timeline and motion that you suggested. Now, could you read the full motion? If you refresh it, it should have the full motion there.
Awesome. So the motion is that the Civic Administration be directed to take the following actions with respect to appointments to the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, UTRCA. Advertise in the usual manner, including the city's social media channels, for applications from members of the public for one appointment to the UTRCA. B, the above mentioned, or the above noted applications be brought forward to a future meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee on or before February 7th, 2023, for consideration and recommendation to the Municipal Council for appointment. It being noted that recent changes to the Conservation Authorities Act requires that a minimum of 70% of municipal appointees to an authority are selected from among members of its council.
So I want the clerk to just explain what the effect of this motion is on the appointment process that we'd have today, and then what I will do is look for a seconder.
So if passed and we recruit for a member of the public to serve as a council appointee to this conservation authority, it would mean that there would only be 3 councillor appointments to the conservation authority.
Okay. Councillor Hopkins, are you willing to second it? Okay. I'll let you speak to it afterwards. So moved and seconded. And now we will have debate on this particular motion. Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a member of the Upper Thames Conservation Authority, and for those of you who do not realize, there are 3 public individuals and 1 city councillor that is on the board. And the Upper Thames Conservation Authority Board is consistent of 13 municipalities in the area, and the City of London represents the weighted vote. So the 4 representatives usually deal with the 51% of the budget and with approvals going forward. I do want to just speak to the provincial regulations that have changed the appointments. We now have to have 70% representation. We do have 70% representation if we go with 3 councillors and 1 public appointment. The reason I am definitely seconding this appointment, we know there is interest in the community. I think having consistency on this board is vital. We already have been going through major changes, wholesale changes this past year on how conservation authorities are regulated. We are still responsible for protecting people and their properties from flooding. It is, with Bill 23 coming forward as well, further changes are going to come forward. There's a lot of work. The public appointment is, like I said, there is interest in that. We can make that decision here at council. We do have the 70%. I do think there's great value in having public input in this process and also having the continuous people on this board. So those are my comments. I'm hoping you could support the councillor's motion.
Other members who'd like to speak to this motion? Okay, so you have a moved and seconded motion before you. Everybody understands what the motion is and the effect that it will have on this, so I think we can proceed with the vote if everybody's comfortable with that. Okay, all right, let's open this for voting then.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Okay, so thank you for that. That means we're now looking for 3 council members for appointment to the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. We have 5 interested. Does anybody want to add or withdraw their name? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll withdraw my name.
Any others looking to add or withdraw? Okay, then we will have a selection process for those 3 spots from amongst the 4 candidates. Sorry, since this is a competitive one, I just would like to make sure I open it up if anybody would like to say anything before we vote. All right, everybody's good to just go with it. All right, so we'll open this process up for voting.
So the selection process has not produced the majority required. The councillors receiving the most votes are councillors Hopkins and Frank, and therefore, drawn by lot will be the final member from Councillor Pribble and Cuddy.
Councillor Pribble?
We don't need to do that. I will withdraw my name.
Okay, so Councillor Pribble is withdrawing himself from the contest, which means we now only have 3 people left, which means we can move to making an appointment. I'll look for a motion to appoint the 3 remaining councillors to this. Councillor Trosow, seconded by Councillor Lewis. We'll just need a minute to pull that up.
If I may, I'd like to thank Councillor Pribble for withdrawing his name. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open that for voting now.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Okay, colleagues, it's 6:31. At this point, I think it's appropriate to take a break. So there's some food available in the counselor's area beside. I'm going to make this a 30-minute break. We'll return at 7, so everybody has time to eat and reflect on any of the blank spots in the committee selection appointments, so they can think about what they'd like to jump in and sign up for. And so I'll look for a motion for a recess until, I'll say, 7 o'clock. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. We'll just do this by hand. All those in favor?
That motion is passed.
Okay, I'm just going to call the meeting back to order. Okay, we're going to backtrack a couple of matters now. 4.31, which is consideration of appointment to the Kettle Creek Conservation Authority. We don't have a council member for this. It requires 3. I'm going to start by looking to see if there's anyone willing to serve on this Conservation Authority.
No, that's not my handle for that, but could you remind people what maybe Anna could do with the boundaries between these different conservation authorities and which watershed they each do?
Yes, we have people who have served on them before. I think...
Oh, Elizabeth was on the Kettle.
Elizabeth, you were on this one, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Kettle Creek is lovely. You get to meet representatives from the other neighboring municipalities. It services the south end of the city. The property that they have as a conservation authority with is the Kirk Cousins one out past Regina Mundi. That's the property that most would be familiar with. They are still meeting virtually, and they also have a new property coming online in the new year out near St. Thomas, which is exciting. It's a small, well-run institution, and they have a couple campgrounds that they operate as well.
So my next question is, it used to be that you needed to be a resident of the area, but they've changed that, so that's no longer a requirement, if I understand that. But my other question is, now there are 3 members, so we can't automatically say what we did because we have 4 members on Upper Thames, but we could, if we needed to, ask for permission to appoint a non-council member to that. And I'm wondering, I don't want to do a motion, it might be premature, but at some point we might want to consider asking the province for permission to do that. And you know, I think it's reasonable that councillors are stretched.
Yes, and in fact, Councillor Hopkins and I talked about that very matter earlier today, and I said my intention was to see who might want to serve before we go down a route of seeking alternate permissions, and I think Councillor Hopkins could provide some more detail on some of the background that she's been done on what we would need to do if we wanted to get permission to appoint residents to these. But first and foremost, I want to make sure we give any council member an opportunity to serve should they want to serve on this Conservation Authority. Okay, maybe I'll let you speak then, Councillor Hopkins, based on what Councillor Trossau was talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for starting the conversation, because we do have an opportunity here, getting back to the province does mandate that CAs have 70% councillor representation, but if we want to change that and ask for public appointments to the 2, I'll speak to the Kettle Creek and the Lower Thames Conservation Authority, both together, we can apply to the provincial government to allow us to seek public applications to attend, and the reasons, I'll speak to the reasons why. Obviously, we do not have councillor representation. No one has stepped forward is a good reason, number 1. But the second reason, I think, again, there's value in citizen representation on our boards and committees, and this will give the public an opportunity to apply. And there will be a process. Applications would have to go out. I do have a motion prepared. I can read it. It is quite lengthy, but I think it's important that the public can also hear, since we may be reaching out to the public for appointments. So I'd like to present the motion. I don't know if I need a seconder, but...
Well, you can present the motion first. You've got seconders even before people hear it, because I think they agree with the concept, but go ahead and read the motion so everybody can hear it first.
Thank you. That the following actions be taken with respect to appointments to the Kettle Creek Conservation Authority, as well as the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority. A, pursuant to subsection 14 bracket 1.2 of the Conservation Authority Act, the civic administration be directed to make application to the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, MECP, for a minister's exception in order to appoint individuals other than members of municipal council to the named Kettle Creek and Lower Thames Conservation Authority for the following reasons. I stated my reasons at the beginning. B, subject to the approval of the minister requested in Part A above, that civic administration be directed to advertise in the usual manner, including the city's social media channels, for applications from members of the public for appointment. And C, the application be included on a future agenda of the SPPC committee for consideration and recommendation of appointment.
Would you like a date associated with that too, or? We used a date before when we were talking about public appointments to the other committee, so we could aim for the same similar timeline. If you'd
That
like
would
to
make
add it.
sense
Okay.
as well.
But you know what? Actually, it will be driven by the province giving us
Exactly,
permission.
yeah,
Obviously,
so I was-
that doesn't
yeah.
make sense. Sorry. Okay, so what we'll do is there's a willing seconder for that in Councillor Hillier. So what we'll do is we're going to load that motion into eScribe so everyone can see it. But we're going to have some discussion on it. So go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to my council colleague for the motion on the floor. I really do appreciate the thoughtfulness, excuse me, that you put into the motion as well as into the previous motion for Upper Thames. I do have a concern though, and I just want it to be considered in debate. And that is that with what's going on right now with conservation authorities, could we be sending a message in a way about conservation authorities and our feelings or thoughts on conservation authorities by asking for citizen members instead of council members? And I just want to make sure that that isn't perceived in any way to do with the importance or our thoughts on the important work that they do. So I'm just trying to find a way to balance that to ensure that it's not read into in any other way other than the intention to have it as a citizen representative. Thank you.
Further speakers? The motion is now available. Councillor Hopkins skipped over just a couple of the reasons, but I think it's just important to have those read out as per the motion. So for the following reasons, those reasons, and make sure you're okay with it, are current members of the municipal council are unable to fill the positions, and 2, council in the City of London supports and recognizes the importance of citizen involvement in these important committees. So I think that there's, I just wanted to bring that up because it's related to the comments that were being made and the discussion we're having. And it's also important for the public to be able to know some of the reasons out there.
Through the chair, it is also a requirement of what we would need to submit to the minister is to clarify the reasons for the request. So I would ask for your indulgence in making sure that we've captured those adequately.
A good way of saying, please look very carefully at the motion. If there are no other speakers on the list, I still want you to just take some careful consideration and thought to either having a look at that or adjusting it. Did you have a comment, Councillor Trossau?
Yes, and we can amend that motion before the council meeting, and maybe somebody will step forward, but I should stop talking.
Oh, of course, if someone were to come forward, a council member or anybody who said they wanted to serve, before the council meeting, we certainly can make an adjustment there, and we can also make some adjustments or amendments to the content of the motion based on any feedback we get between now and the council meeting. Councillor Frank.
And I think to Councillor Rahman's point, it would be really lovely if there are other councillors who do want to sit, especially on Kettle Creek where we have three, is it three spots? Yeah, three. If we had at least one councillor sitting and then tendered like two to a community appointment. But if we don't have any people really interested, then I know there's lots of community members who are excited about this, so.
Any further discussion on these? Is everybody comfortable with the wording of the motion? It's been moved and seconded. If the mover and seconder are, yes, go ahead.
I do actually now have one follow-up question. If we are not approved by the province, will it then just come back to us and then we will? Okay, cool, thank you.
Yes, that'll be the arm twisting stare down meeting that we all do to try to, or apparently that provide certain types of dinner meeting to get people on the committees. But this would be a request, and then based on the answer to that request, I think the next steps would certainly flow from that. Okay, if there's no other discussion, we will open this motion for voting, which will impact both of our 4.31 and 4.32 appointments to those conservation authorities.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
Okay, now we'll jump to so the first matter is the first report of the striking committee, and this is a report for receipt. It's basically the striking committee advising us. Sorry for that. So just there's the striking committee report and a memo that they've submitted to us. We will just look for a motion to receive that correspondence from the striking committee. We're not making any decisions at this point on the striking committee's recommendations. We're just receiving their documentation. Councillor Trousseau and Councillor Lewis moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? No? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
Consideration of appointment to the Audit Committee that requires one member of council with the designation of a chartered accountant. There was one name on the list with a recommendation from the striking committee. Would anybody like to move that name forward? Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for appointment or for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
Next, item 4.36, consideration of appointment to the Committee of Adjustment. It requires 5 members of the committee. I would also point colleagues to, there's a number of these that have added agenda submissions all the way through all of the citizen appointments. So you'll have to look at your added agenda to make sure that you've got all of the names that we'll be talking about considering. So this needs 5 members. There are 8 names on the list. Again, we don't have to go with the striking committee's recommendations. It's there as a guide for us based on the work that they've done. And we could proceed by doing it the same way we did with municipal councillors. And I've had the request for us to consider pretty much all of the names, which I know Councillor Hillier was just going to say. So what we'll do is we will put all of the names that are considered there on the list, and we will vote as we did before. So in this situation, there are 5 members required, which means you would have 5 members that you can select of the 8 in a vote. There will be different amounts for other appointments depending on the size of those committees. So so we can put all 8 down, and we can go through the selection process. Again, it's the same as we did before. This is not an election. So the results of that selection process, we still need to pass a motion to make the actual appointment afterwards. This is simply to help us see what council's preferences are for that type of appointment. Okay, so with that, we can have a process where we put all of the names on. I don't know if colleagues want to provide any thoughts or comments they want now. I know someone asked me, can you share any sort of thoughts or advice? Just like people debated and made their case for appointment, you can say stuff about the applications as well, knowing that there are some with very, very many people. So I would, hopefully keep your comments brief and concise if you have thoughts on these appointments. Okay? So I'll look for, I think what we'll do is we'll just say we're considering everybody, but we'll look for thoughts on those applications at this time. Would anybody like to speak to these ones before we do the selection process? Councillor Trossard?
Yeah, I just want to say how important this committee is. This is an area that we've delegated to a citizens panel, and it doesn't come to the, and I know Councillor Lewis was on the committee. You might want to speak to your experience on that. I hope you do. But this is very serious. When you're sitting on the Committee of Adjustments, you are acting as a tribunal. You're acting, in a sense, you're acting as an administrative law judge. And in a sense, you're acting in a quasi-judicial capacity. And I think it's really important for people who are put in this position of trust with the public, even if they're not lawyers and even if they're not judges, to understand the gravity. And sometimes somebody wants to put a fence, just a few feet from where it would otherwise be. But these are important rights that property owners have, and these are important rights that adjacent property owners and the neighborhood have. And I just feel very strongly that it's very important for the people who are doing this to have some appreciation of what it means to be a quasi-judicial officer in a hearing capacity. And this just isn't sort of, I'll leave it there.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan, and thank you, Councillor Trussell, for pointing out. I did serve 4 years on this committee prior to my election in 2018, and Councillor Trussell is absolutely right. This is a very important committee. It is a quasi-judicial body that is making decisions. It's basically a smaller version of the planning committee in that it is making decisions around land use. Yes, it is often things like how close to a property line the pool equipment is going to be allowed, or where a fence is located. Believe me, in my 4 years, I learned so much about the extra barriers that side yard and front yards can be on a corner lot, and where we define the front and side yards. So, but it has an impact on the neighbors, absolutely. It has an impact on the character of the neighborhood. This committee used to be both handling minor variances and property standards appeals. We now have two separate committees that do that. So the Committee of Adjustment is dealing with the minor variance applications that come forward, but very important. How high somebody maybe can build their garage if they're seeking an exemption from the heights, those kind of things. So this does have an important impact. I will say that I have served on that committee in the past with both John Fife Miller and Daniela Schmidt. In the term that I was on the committee, they were both members of that committee too. And that sort of continuity and knowledge that they bring certainly would be of value. I would also say that obviously Cheryl Miller, a former city councillor, understands the role of that committee very well. And Mr. Polhill, Steve Polhill, he's on his second term on that committee, although he served a term and then did not serve and then served a term again. So there's some experience there too. It's always good to have new people, but I think it's also important that this committee have some members with some experience dealing with this. I certainly had the privilege of serving with former Board of Control member Gina Barber when she was a citizen appointee to this committee, and having her experience was really invaluable when I was on that committee, learning from her. So I just share those thoughts and hope that's helpful for people for their decision making.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question to ask, and it is about our code of conduct. Or is the Committee of Adjustments regulated by the code of conduct in any way?
I'm going to get an official answer on that, and I think Mr. Card is probably the best since he oversees the area.
Sorry, Your Worship. Is the Committee of Adjustment subject to the Code of Conduct? And there are differing opinions on that. I believe that in some quarters, yes. In my opinion, the answer is no, but they are subject to other rules. There are rules in a regulation under the Planning Act. There are rules in Section 45 of the Planning Act that apply to their procedures. They are required under provincial statutes, such as the Statutory Powers Procedure Act, and this is what Councillor Trosa was getting at. They are required to make impartial decisions, and they can't be biased and that sort of thing. So there are mechanisms that will deal with contraventions of those requirements. The Code of Conduct is not something that I think would generally be applicable to that environment. However, if individuals are contravening the Code of Conduct in their relationship with those who are affected by it, for example, members of staff, then that could be subject to a complaint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferreira.
So I just would like to add, this is a front-facing committee to the public. So the interaction with the public reflects on the city and reflects on council. So we need to ensure that the people that we appoint to this committee are people that realize that and recognize that and respect the public, because it does reflect on us.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you to my council colleague for making that point. I will also add, as a front-facing committee, all of these committees I actually consider in some way front-facing, and the work they do extremely important. I think it's really important that we also consider that the striking committee made recommendations to help to broaden and diversify our committees, and I think it's really important that we consider that as we make our choices this evening. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, so remember, this is not an election, it's a selection process. Once we've determined the top 5 candidates, there will be the opportunity to make a motion to appoint.
So the candidates selected through this process are Mohammed El-Hadari, Cheryl Miller, Steve Polhill, Daniela Schmidt, and John Fife Miller.
Okay, I'll look for a motion to appoint those individuals. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion? Councillor Trossau?
Yeah, I just want to flag that I am going to be voting no on this. Because I think it rises to that level.
Sure. Yep, you have a right to vote whatever way you want on all of these motions, for sure. Everybody does. Any other discussion? Okay. Let's open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 12-3.
Okay, thank you. The next is 4.37, consideration of appointment to the Committee of Revision, Court of Revision. It requires 3 members. There are 2 members and then 1 added, so there are 3 candidates there. Only 2 were considered by the Striking Committee because obviously the Striking Committee couldn't consider any of the added ones that came in later. So you have that information before you. I'd look to see if there's someone willing to move all 3. Councillor Hillier, you are. Councillor Hopkins, you're willing to second. Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this for voting too.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Okay, next we have 4.38, consideration of appointment to the Covent Garden Market Corporation Board of Directors. It requires 7 members. There are a large number of names before us. We'll have all of them up for consideration. You will get to vote for up to 7 members. And this is where at the earlier point of the meeting I said it's very helpful. And there are a large number of names to really try to select the 7 people. Hopefully you've come with that prepared. It does make the process go faster. I'll give you an example. If everybody selected 1, there could be multiple ties with large number of candidates and 15 voters. So do your best to try to choose up to 7 and we can proceed. Would anybody like to speak though before we proceed with the selection process? Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to speak on behalf of 2 candidates, John Fife Miller and Tyrell de Langley. First, John is an active member of Ward 13. As we know, he was a councillor for a period of time. But more importantly, and to the point of the market, John is an active member of the community in the market, spending a lot of time there, working with members, working with vendors, and I can't think of a better person to represent the market than someone like John Fife Miller. Tyrell is a retired veterinarian, known him for many years. He was a neighbor of mine when I lived on Talbot Street. Tyrell is, again, very active in the market, knows many of the vendors, and again, another very, very good representative for our community, for the market. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
I just want to speak on behalf of Gary Brown. He knows every single vendor in the market. You can't walk through the market with him and not have people stop him. He'll take like 40 minutes just to get from one end to the other. He goes there every day, and he's a big supporter of the market, and he knows the entire area very well. So that I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Councillor Trosal.
I just want to concur with what was just said, but I also want to say that Donna Spakowski is somebody who is very well known to a lot of us for being very active in community affairs, other smaller markets activities, and yeah, I'm less concerned with the striking committee here, because I think we really need to maybe reach out a little bit, and yeah, I was glad to see that there were some other names. The other person who I want to speak for, because I met him during the campaign, and he was unsuccessful, but I was very impressed with Evan Weed during the campaign, and I just those are three people I'd want to support.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, then we're going to open this selection process. Remember, you can choose up to 7.
The candidates that received the most votes are Terrell DeLangley, Claudio DiVincenzo, Justin Diaz, Ziba Hashmi, Mike Marsman, Donna Spakowski, and John Fife Miller.
Okay, is there someone willing to move that slate of candidates? Councillor Cuddy, Councillor Rahman. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting when it's ready. Take us just a minute to put that many names in.
At the councillor's request, I'll indicate yes for Councillor Lehman. Closing the vote, the motion is passed 14-1.
Okay, the next matter is consideration of appointment to Eldon House. It requires 9 members. And there are 9 individuals, no, there are 8 individuals and a letter from the chair of Eldon House. So I could look for colleagues if you'd like to move forward with appointing the 8 individuals or some other scenario. Councillor Hillier, why don't you use the mic?
I will move forward to appoint the 8 that have applied.
Is there a seconder for that? Oh, Councillor Hopkins, yes? Okay, discussion on that. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing as there's 8 wonderful people willing to serve in this capacity, though an opportunity for 1 additional member, will the clerk automatically repost a job opening for 1, or how would this potential vacancy be filled?
Thank you. Through the chair, we will go back to the public and solicit additional applications for any of those positions that remain vacant after this process. But that will be after council next week.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. If possible, I'd like to nominate an individual who has been in touch with the clerk's office, agreeing to have his name stand for this position. His name is Bruce Duncan, and I'm wondering if I'd like to nominate him from the floor. I believe there's a seconder.
We're just going to have the clerk confirm that she received the email from this individual.
And I just want to...
Thank you. Through the chair, I can confirm that I have received some correspondence late this afternoon from the individual consenting to having their name put forward.
Councillor Pribble.
So I just want to add, if it is a legitimate motion, I would like to second it.
Yes, it is a legitimate motion. However, none of us have seen the email, so I think it would be an amendment to the motion that Councillor Hillier has made, because I don't think he's willing to just have it added.
I'd like to read it first.
So, so you can move it as an amendment, Councillor Van Meerbergen, to Councillor Hillier's motion. I don't know if the individual consented to having the email shared publicly or not, but if the 2 individuals who are moving and seconding know this person, perhaps they could provide some more context on the individual, because I think I could see people looking and saying, we don't have an application to draw from, and we don't have the email, and we don't have any other information, so they're probably looking for that.
Well, as the clerk has pointed out, if I may, Mayor, this individual was in touch with the clerk's office, put it in writing that he was interested in joining this this board of directors. He has a lot of experience with architectural history, has a fine business mind, and would make a fine addition to this board of directors, which currently is short by 1. So I think it's a nice fit for all.
I just can support it, and in terms of the architectural experience and as well as being very much involved in our community, I'm aware of this person. Absolutely, I would second it.
I'm going to hand the chair over to Councillor Pelosa, and I'd like to speak on this matter.
Thank you. I have the chair, and I recognize Mayor Morgan.
Colleagues, this has come up in the past, and what I want to suggest to you is that we have an advantage of time here between this committee and council. And should we want to consider an additional name, an alternate motion to the one being proposed here would be to invite this individual, who is the only other person who's expressed interest in this, to submit an application to us so that it can be shared with us in time for our council decision. And then colleagues would be able to add that name to the slate at the time, but we could direct the clerk to go and say, if you truly are interested, please submit the application and the details that everyone else did. We can review it and we can consider it at the time for council. My preference would be not to add the name, but to do that instead. And then move forward with the 8 individuals. We can read the application. We can add that 9th name at municipal council before we make a final decision. So that's my advice to my colleagues who are moving the motion.
Thank you. I return the chair to Mayor Morgan.
Okay, maybe I can go to Councillor Van Meerbergen on the comments that I just made to see if you'd like to proceed with your amendment or if you'd like to go a different direction.
No, I think it's reasonable. He heard about this obviously later in the process. So I don't think it would be a problem at all for him to submit an application prior to council, and we'll go from there.
So here's the advice from the clerk. To proceed that way, we would need you to withdraw your amendment. We will pass Councillor Hillier's motion for the 8, and then I will look to you to move a motion to direct the clerk to invite the individual you named to submit an application to us before municipal council, and we will review it before we make a decision.
That's fine. So I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, we're back to Councillor Hillier's motion. Does anybody want to speak to that? It's the motion to move the 8 individuals. No? Okay, so let's move forward with the appointment of, or the consideration of the appointment of these 8 individuals, and we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
And now I'd look to you, Councillor Van Meerbergen, if you're interested in moving that motion to direct the clerk to invite Mr. Duncan to submit an application in time for municipal council's consideration when we make the final decision on these appointments.
Yes, I will move that motion that we direct the clerk's office to invite him to apply.
Seconder for that? I'll go to Councillor Purble, who was the original seconder. Any discussion or questions on that? Okay. All right, we'll open that as soon as the motion is completed being drafted. I'm going to read the motion, make sure the mover and seconder are okay with it. That the city clerk be directed to contact Bruce Duncan and invite Mr. Duncan to submit an application for consideration of appointment to the Eldon House Board of Directors. It being noted that Mr. Duncan had contacted the city clerk's office after the submission deadline for the SPPC agenda.
That's fine.
All right, if everybody's okay with that, no further discussion? Okay, we'll open that motion for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
The next motion is consideration of appointment to the London Police Services Board. It requires one member, and there are a good number of members or applications on the list. I will look to any colleagues who want to make any comments before we open a selection process for the entire list of applications before us. No? Okay, then we're going to open the selection process.
Closing the vote, the candidate with the most votes for the selection process.
Okay, I'll look for someone who wants to move a motion to appoint Susan Toth, Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Trossau. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting when it's ready.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 14-1.
The next item is consideration of appointment to the London Public Library. It requires 7 members. I believe this one has the most of any, all the way down to item 8E. We will put all of those individuals. We'll put all of those individuals on a list, and I'll look to see if anybody would like to speak to the appointments to the London Public Library Board before we proceed with the selection process. Councillor Cuddy.
Your Worship, I'd like to speak on behalf of Brian Gibson, who I've known for many years. He's a young man who's very vested in the library and the library system. He's been chair for the past year or 2 years. And as the new council member, along with Councillor Trusto, that I would advocate strongly for Brian Gibson. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Trossau.
I've spent a lot of time with this list, and I've spent a lot of time going through the resumes. And this is something that I also believe I know a bit about, and there were certain things that I was looking for in an application for the library board. And I would have liked to have seen more people that had some library service in their resume. There was really only one person. I may be wrong, correct me, but I think Ken Baldwin, who I'm recommending, was the only person in the packet. He was a school librarian, recently retired. I ranked these based on whether I thought there was something in the application that spoke not just to library service, because that was rare, but related items like education, literacy work in the community around working in settlement issues, and a superior knowledge of the different different social service agencies in the community. On the question of knowledge about social service agencies in the community, the person who stood out for me the most is Michael Herbert, who I served with Michael Herbert, who works at TD Trust I briefly had a relationship with him, not a financial relationship with him, but I don't anymore. He gave me some advice, but he works for TD Trust, and he was a member of the London Housing Advisory Committee when I was the chair back in 2009, and I was just so impressed with him. Michael is on the selection sort of vetting committee with the United Way, and he is somebody who is very well very well versed in who the different agencies are. There are a number of, I'm not going to go through every one of these, by the way. I'll spare you that, because in quite a few situations I felt that it was a weak application that bore no relationship to any of those indicia that I was looking for. I think I've mentioned two. I felt that Summer Burton had a strong application. And I thought that April Voth had a strong application too. And one of the other things I'm looking for is some experience with allied cultural and music, art, cultural activities, which I think is very closely aligned with the library. And I would note that Ken Baldwin satisfies that, but maybe somebody else wants to speak to this as well. But April Voth was actually the executive director of Symphonia London. At a time when we do not have an orchestra, I would like to just sort of give these considerations a little more. That leaves me with the last one. And I think there is one application in here that stands above the rest in terms of the care that Mandy Penny took in terms of putting together her application. The background that she has, not only in education, but in student services. She worked as the student services counselor at Huron. She's recently left that. She's taken on a position at the, strangely enough, the University of Alberta at Edmonton, although she remains resident. That's a distance job. She remains resident in London, and I think that when you look at Mandy Penny's resume, it floats to the top in terms of what she's put down. I very much want to serve on this board with Mandy Penny. I think I've mentioned some of the other ones. I think the only other person I want to mention, and yeah, I think it is important to have some continuity. And I want to note that Quentin Lang was the board chair back in the 90s when the London Public Library went through a lot of its current growth. So I would prefer to see Quentin Lang if we want to have that kind of former board chair level of continuity. I think there are other names on here who I felt just from my knowledge of them in the community would be good. Sharon Desserod, and I'm sorry if I missed anybody. I'm sorry if I missed anybody, but I did spend a lot of time. I did spend a lot of time on this.
Councillor Pribble.
I would like to add and talk about two individuals that I had a chance to meet on various occasions. As you probably, most of you know, Downtown Library has a Rotary Reading Garden. I'm a very, I'm a very active member of the Downtown Rotary Club. And with Brian Gibson and Scott Andrew Collier, we talk about a lot of initiatives in terms of revamping the garden, revamping the other activities of the library, and their vision and kind of the big picture vision and future. I was very much impressed that the way they are steering it, and they are certainly in terms of the marketing, promoting both of them. Our library is an exemplary. I would like to add that to those two gentlemen.
I'll go to Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I was remiss not to mention, and thank you, Councillor Pribble, not to mention Scott Andrew Collier and, as he mentioned, Brian Gibson for the work they've done in the garden, which is quite exceptional. I'd also like to mention, advocate for Beth Allison, who I have never met, but I've spoken on the phone with twice after reading her resume. And as circumstance would have it, Beth is a native of Strathroy, as am I. And her father served as mayor of Strathroy for many years, back in the 1970s. Some of you weren't alive then, but I certainly was. And her father was an exceptional mayor of Strathroy and a fine merchant in Strathroy. And Beth's family is quite a landmark in the Strathroy area. And after a discussion with Beth, as I said, several discussions, and with her background, if you've had a chance to look at her resume, she has a quite extensive education and academic background. I think she'd be a fine complement to the library board. Thank you very much.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to my colleagues for sharing information and their reflections on the candidates. I'd like to just reflect on and put forward, we are looking for some continuity as well. And when I was looking at the applicants, one of the individuals I considered, because of the continuity piece, but also because of their involvement in the community, was Jeremy McCall. And what I'd like to speak to is, you know, his involvement with the Dad's Club and, you know, founding membership and his continued work with Dad's Club. He lives and breathes children and parenting. And with that being such a large focus of the work of the library as well, I do think that he would be a benefit there. Thanks.
Any other speakers? Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As an outgoing board member of the London Public Library, just for committee's consideration and your knowledge, the outgoing members who have reapplied to serve are Brian Gibson, who's currently the board chair, Jeremy McCall, and Scott Andrew Collier. The board has also had Chelsea Smith, who was our legal help on the board, who will be taking a vacancy. The upcoming challenges into London Public Library Board is going to include some labor negotiations, rebranding, and looking at the needs of the communities, as the library is not just books. So for me, it wasn't, you know, they have librarians. It's realizing we have such a digital collection, and the libraries serve an essential piece in our communities of a welcoming place that's accessible for all. Newcomers, so much programming, after school help, and a community resource and a center as well. So just as you made your considerations, just that diversity and inclusion piece is a large piece of a safe place for everyone to join us as we join in community.
Any other speakers? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to colleagues. First of all, I would just echo what Councillor Rahman said about Mr. McCall and the work he's done with Dad Club London and the involvement of youth and around youth programming in our libraries has really been remarkable. And I could say the same thing. I would agree with Councillor Trussow. I thought Ken Baldwin's resume was excellent. I thought that there was some real value there. I do want to draw attention as well to the name Ryan O'Hagan. Ryan is a member of the LGBTQ plus community here in our city, and I think that he would be a voice of diversity on this board. The thing with this board is there's a lot of excellent candidates, and I think it speaks to how much people value what they get from our public library system. They enjoy it, they use it, and there are a great number of people who want to give back. So I also have had a passing association with Sharon Desarud, with Scott Andrew Collier. I know Zach Rahim. I know his experience with digital literacy. There are a great number of people on this board who would bring a number of good things. So I want to encourage colleagues as we make our decisions to keep in mind what Councillor Rahman said a little bit earlier in the process. Let's give some thought to some diversity in these selections as well, because I think there's a number of diverse voices here, and of all the places in our city where people turn to service, I think the library is one of the most diverse. When you go into any branch and you see who's using it, it's a truly diverse place, and it deserves that special attention. Not that we shouldn't consider diversity in everything that we're doing, but I think in this one in particular, we've got a long list of very diverse candidates with a very wide variety of skill sets that could really benefit this. So I've mentioned a couple names myself that I'll be supporting, but I think that there are many, many good choices here.
Other comments? Okay, we will open this for voting. Take your time. There's a lot of names on the list. So if you need a lot of time on this, we won't put a lot of pressure. This is there's a lot to consider on this one for sure.
The vote is closed, and in the first round, there is a selection to share with you. The top candidates from that round of selection are Brian Gibson, Jeremy McCall, Scott Andrew Collier, Ryan O'Hagan, Ziba Hashmi, Ken Baldwin, and Zach Rahim.
Okay, is there someone willing to move the motion for that slate? Councillor Hillier, seconder. Councillor Cuddy. It'll take a moment to type all of those names in, so the clerk's just going to need a few moments to get them all in. Okay, I think that should be populated now. So is there any discussion on the list that's before us? Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I know it's difficult in a process like the one that we just went through where we're putting our names forward and then, you know, we're seeing how it all shakes out in terms of the names that end up coming forward. However, I will say that I think we have an opportunity to look at the list that has come forward and think about whether or not it reflects the gender diversity of what we want this committee to be. And so I'm putting this out there for thought, that we consider if there's any opportunity to reconsider the list based on that factor. Thank you.
Do you know who was the next? Further speakers? Councillor Frank.
For a process question, so if we approve this list between now and council, like at council, we could change it. Or if we vote it down now, we could change it right now.
Let me give you the options. You can vote it down, in which case we still need appointments to the library board. You could accept it. You could make amendments at council, because any motion that goes to council could be amended as long as it's not contrary, and I would let the clerk give me some advice on that. You can also amend this list right now. If you, it's a motion of council, any motion of council or a committee can be amended and changed. We use the selection process, and councilors decided to use that selection process to put a motion on the table, and that motion can be amended. So there's a range of options available to us. So I hope that answers your question. Okay, so if committee recommended a list in a slate, we would need to vote it down at council and then put a whole new list on. You wouldn't amend it at council, because I would likely deem it contrary based on advice that I'm getting now. Go ahead.
So we could amend it now, though, because I want to echo Councillor Rahman's point that I would like to see a bit more gender diversity on this board, and if we are able to amend it, then I would like to do that now.
Sure. We could do more speakers now, or you can make an amendment at any time. So you can make an amendment now if you have a suggestion, or we can see if others want to speak too. Councillor Rahman would like to speak again, but I'm not going to stop you from making an amendment right now if you want to. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. What I'm going to say is that this is actually the work of all of us and not just the women here. So I'm going to leave that open for the amendment to come from anyone else. Thank you.
Councillor Trossau.
I'm going to reiterate my strong support for Mandy Penny. And there are other women on here who I would support over others on the list. And I understand the political dynamic here. And I see how this has turned out. But I think we are sending a very bad message. Yes, Sean, you're right about Ryan, but also about Mandy. Mandy's the person who submitted an application, self-identifying herself as a member of the queer community, and she had to resubmit her application because our information technology system felt that was an inappropriate word to use. This board needs Mandy Penny. And as someone who's going to be serving on this board, I want to appeal to all of you to make that change. And whether it's Brian Gibson or Jeremy McCall or Scott Collier, there are any, Zach Rahman, there are any number of ways of doing this. But I think that if we do not have Mandy Penny, who, by the way, applied for the last 2 times. This is the 3rd time she has applied. Both times we had vacancies in the last term. Mandy applied. She had support on council. And I think at this point, I'm just repeating myself, so I'm going to turn the mic off. But I need to be, as a member, as someone who I hopes will be on this board after the council, I need to be working with Mandy Penny.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Certainly some of the people on the list I know, some I don't. I don't know how they identify. I don't know their color. I appreciate where we're trying to get to. I will also say it's a decision of council, and we don't always get to pick who we get to work with on agency boards and commissions when we as councilors step up to serve. All of us, for various reasons, have made the selections we've made. I'm assuming we read the applications ourselves. If we're trying to get to a consensus of a higher level of support amongst the candidates selected, perhaps there's a way to do, I don't want to say ranked balloting per se of them, but elimination that they have to hit a certain percentage of support. I know it takes longer, but if it really is the will of this committee to get to a higher level of consensus that a couple of votes didn't get you onto the board, that would be a question for the clerk of, is there a way that you would see to do this not agonizingly long, but still to try to find some middle ground of consensus of how we used to do like runoffs?
Okay, I'm going to share 2 things with you based on what the clerk's asked me. We used the selection process we did because it's a council policy that's the process we did. That is only to inform and give us information to pass a motion and table a motion, which a councillor has done based on that. I hear a discussion and a debate surrounding some dissatisfaction with the results of our selection process. And I think if colleagues want to look to the value of the selection process, but there are some concerns about the names, when you look at the results, and I'm providing this just for information, you can see how many votes each individual got. So you can see that the next highest ranking woman is Heather Jack with 6 votes. And then there are a number of them, a number of women who are tied at 5 under that. A number of people got 7 votes, and the people with 7 votes ended up getting in. So I don't know if that helps with information. If you want to look at the results and you want to see where there was some widespread support for other candidates that maybe didn't make it, it was, we're talking about 1 vote differences on the margins here for a number of them, and certainly it is fully within council's right to make a different recommendation than what our selection process produced. It's only to inform our decision making, and there's still information within that as well. I had Councillor Lewis next on the list, and I'll add you, Councillor Trossau, and then Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I I respect what Councillor Rahman raised. And I was looking at the results on an individual by individual basis. I will share that Councillor Trussow and I will disagree on the candidate that he is championing, but I am prepared to change my vote from Ken Baldwin to Heather Jack, which would alter their order and put Miss Jack on the library board as another woman's voice on that board. So through you, because we have a motion on the floor, I think that I would seek leave to amend the motion on the floor to replace Mr. Baldwin with Miss Jack.
So the only motion on the floor right now, because no one has made an amendment yet, there has been talk of an amendment, is the motion to go with the results of the selection committee. It has been moved and seconded. Any member of council can amend that motion in any way that they want. So if that's what you'd like to do, you can do that. And then what we would do on that amendment is we would look for a seconder. We would have a debate on the amendment. If the amendment was successful, the motion and the names on the list would change on the main motion. If it failed, another amendment could be pitched and we could continue on the process. So just so colleagues know that is a way we can proceed. And if that's your intent, you could make that amendment.
And that is my intent. I was just making sure that that was consistent with the clerk's process, so I'll need a seconder for that.
Okay, I'll go. The councillor has the floor and has made an amendment and now has a seconder. So we're going to have an amendment on the floor to replace, it was Mr. Baldwin with Ms. Jack. Okay, that's the motion on the floor now as an amendment. Councillor Trosau, you can speak to the amendment.
More information, and it might be because I'm not using the system right, but could you read out the numbers for each candidate?
Yes. I'm going to use the letters so I don't mispronounce anybody's names. So if you're working from your agenda, that's probably easier. B had 3 votes. D had 11 votes.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's not helpful to you? D. Brian Gibson had 11 votes.
Can you say the name?
Okay, I will. I apologize for anybody whose names I get wrong. Awad had 3. Brian Gibson had 11. Ziba Hashmi had 7. Heather Jack had 6. Quentin Lang had 4. Mandy Penny had 5. Ayman Abu Shark had 2. Beth Allison had 5. Ken Baldwin had 7. Summer Burton had 5. Scott Collier had 9. Sharon Desrude had 5. Catherine Gilbert had 1. Michael Herbert had 2. Faris Hussein had 2. Tariq Khan had 1. Jeremy McCall had 11. Ryan O'Hagan had 9. Zach Rahim had 7. April Voth had 3. Those are all the people who got votes. Everybody else did not get any votes from members of council. I hope that helps colleagues. Now, I will say there is a moved and seconded amendment on the floor to make a change to the list, and I would prefer to keep the debate to that amendment as much as we possibly can. Councillor Trosau.
Well, I mean, why Baldwin and not Rahim? I mean, the thing about it is Ken Baldwin's the only person who's presented evidence in the application that he has any background in library services and children's library services at that. So I appreciate you're moving a little bit, but I just think these numbers are just, pretty close. And I just think, why Ken?
I had Councillor McAllister, who was on the list, and then I can add you back, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. And through the chair to Councillor Rahman and Councillor Frank's comment about the gender diversity. I agree. The library services serve vast community. I do think women deserve equal representation on this this board, and I would be willing to vote no if we leave it as is, because I do believe we need those diverse voices, but we do have to recognize the gender diversity. And I did just also want to make one comment about with some of the names. I don't know if it's possible, but and I know in terms of gender identity, there might be some issues there, but I don't know the gender of some of the individuals.
I can confirm through the clerk that we don't collect information on how someone identifies. So that is not a piece of information that we have. And I would say from the names and applications, you also, it's sometimes difficult to tell unless you know an individual. So it's not information that we would have to share from that perspective. I will remind, though, colleagues, there's an amendment on the floor. If you want to go back and debate the main motion, you can. If you want to seek an alternate amendment, you can certainly vote down this amendment. There's no end to how many amendments we can make if we move them and vote them down. But that's why I want to kind of try to keep the debate tight on the current amendment on the floor, because that allows us to focus, make this decision, and move to the next one. Councillor Hopkins. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lewis was next on the list, and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and respectfully not engaging in cross debate, but I will share because it was asked why. For me, there are 1, 2, 3 individuals with 7. The next closest individual was 6, who also was somebody that I had ranked fairly highly. Ziba Hashimi does identify as a woman. I'm not going to take a vote away from a woman to give it to another woman. And the other 2 individuals with 7, I value other things that they bring to the table. I've mentioned, for example, Zach Rahim's digital literacy and the fact that he, as a younger voice at the table, may look at the library in terms of its future. So my decision on where my votes landed on the people who had 7 versus 6, that would be my choice to change my vote from Baldwin to Jack.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone's comments. I know I'll stick to the amendment that's on the floor, and I appreciate Councillor Lewis bringing it forward. I'm finding it a little bit more confusing as we continue the conversation. As much as I want to support it, thank you, Councillor Rahman and Councillor Frank, for bringing this to our attention, the gender gap here. I would prefer, and maybe it's a question through you to the clerk, if we not approve the amendment, not approve the recommendations. Can we start all over again? Is there a way? We've heard a number of comments here this evening. Would that be a better way, as opposed to picking things apart? And what I'm very conscientious about is we're talking about real people here as well, and I don't want to continue talking and saying names, and I'm being very sensitive to all these individuals that have put their names forward, and I really want to get to that place where we can start over. I think we've heard loud and clear the importance of the equality on this library board. So through you, my question, can we start all over again?
I'm going to have the clerk answer it because it's more of a process question.
Thank you. Through the chair, there is an established council policy as to how these appointments are managed. Notwithstanding that, it is within the purview of this committee to put forward a motion to, for example, notwithstanding the council policy, reinitiate the selection process, I would recommend that if that's the desire of the majority of the committee, that we start with a shorter list. And it's certainly possible for that to be undertaken.
I think I would also, add and clerk confirm that the selection policy is based on council policy. If you're notwithstanding the policy, you can basically essentially use any preferential selection tool to narrow this down. But I would say again, going back to the council policy only directs us to use a selection tool to help us take a shortcut to actually moving a motion. We have no obligation to move a motion that is in alignment with our selection process at the end of the day, correct? Okay.
I'm going to have difficulty supporting the amendment, even though I appreciate the will and the intent. I'm just very conscientious that it might not get us to the place where it would be a fair process. So my thanks to Councillor Deputy Mayor Lewis for bringing this forward, but I won't be supporting it.
I had Councillor Hopkins on my list, and then I had Councillor Pribble.
Just to add two things, I don't know if you had a chance to read Michael Ciccone, the CEO's letter, and if you did, then I think that they would clarify current vote. I think one thing is that, you know, we are trying to rectify it in terms of the certain representation, but on the other hand, we voted for these people, and I can't imagine if I were one of these people who was voted, who earned the votes of us, and now based on certain other criteria, gender or whatever it is, we are going to say, sorry, you did not qualify. And I think that's potentially, in my eyes, discrimination as well. So that's my point of view. But I think that the CEO's letter and our vote should count.
Okay, there's a CEO's letter. Who else would like to speak on the speaker's list? So I just want to remind colleagues where we are. There is a main motion moved to approve the slate that was driven by the selection process. There is an amendment to that is moved and seconded that we are currently having debate on to remove Ken Baldwin and add Heather Jack onto the current slate. After that amendment either passes or fails, we're back to the main motion where further amendments could be made if deemed necessary. But we do have to still deal with the main motion. We can't throw out the whole selection process until we've dealt with the main motion as well. So any other questions before we call a vote on the amendment? Okay, I'm going to open the vote on the amendment.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 9-6.
Okay, so that changes the main motion to have a different set of names on it. So the main motion now no longer has Ken Baldwin, but does have Heather Jack. So it is a main motion to approve the slate with that change. So we're back on debate on the main motion. Any speakers? Councillor Frank.
I would like the opportunity to switch around some of my selections. So following Councillor Hopkins, I also won't be supporting this.
Other speakers? Okay, then we're going to have a vote on this amended slate of candidates. Okay, so we'll open that for voting then, the amended main motion.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 7-8.
You can find it on your screen. So the main motion is lost, so we're not using the selection process. So we do have, we can still use the selection process, but we have not approved the proposed slate that came out of the selection process and the amendment. So this time, I'm looking for any motions to approve a slate of candidates here, or alternate motions. Councillor Lewis.
I will endeavor, Your Worship, to ask that we have a vote for all candidates who achieved 5 votes or greater in the previous round of voting, and councillors may select from those candidates.
So notwithstanding the council policy, Councillor Lewis is suggesting that we take everyone who had at least 5 votes and open a new round of voting. And I read out all of the totals, so you can see that that will be more candidates than there are spaces. That we would make a new selection process from everybody who met that, at least that 5 vote threshold. Is there a seconder for that approach? Councillor Stevenson. Debate on using that approach. We're not talking about the selection now, or we're like the candidates. We're talking about, is this the process that colleagues would like to use to try to come to a resolution on this? So debate on that. Okay, if there's no debate on that, then let's have a vote on Councillor Lewis's proposal. As soon as I give the clerk time to word that up.
Through the chair, this is the wording that I have come up with for Councillor Lewis's motion, that notwithstanding the council policy, an additional selection process be undertaken whereby each candidate in the previous selection process who received 5 votes or more be included on a new selection ballot.
And to be clear, this will not be a final election. We will still then, after the selection process, move a motion and debate that particular motion to appoint people. Okay? So we're voting on this motion that the clerk just read out on using this for our selection process.
Closing the vote, this motion is passed 13-2.
Okay, so what we've agreed to, colleagues, is a new selection process that includes only those candidates from the list who received 5 or more votes. You will still be able to choose up to 7 candidates for this. I would encourage you, as you can tell, every vote counts, to vote as many of your 7 votes as you possibly can, because that helps us determine a true preference of council. When you don't, then you run into things where the true preferences are not expressed sometimes, and we do selection processes a different way. So please try to be clear in your preferences. And I'm gonna need, the clerk is gonna need just a few minutes to go through and populate the list of everybody who got over 5. Okay, we're prepared, but what we're gonna do, I know a lot of people have written down the names, the clerks have checked, we double checked to make sure we got everybody over 5, but just to make sure that everybody is in agreement about the names on the list, the clerk is gonna read them out before we ensure that that list is locked down and correct.
Thank you. Through the chair, the slate includes Brian Gibson, Zeba Hashmi, Heather Jack, Mandy Penny, Beth Allison, Ken Baldwin, Summer Burton, Scott Andrew Collier, Sharon Deserud, Jeremy McCall, Ryan O'Hagan, and Zach Rahim.
Okay, and both clerks have checked that. I went through the voting results. We're absolutely sure that that's everybody over 5. So, is everybody ready for the selection process then now? Okay, great. We're gonna open this up. Take your time.
So after considering the reduced slate, there is not a majority. So the slate will move to a runoff selection process. And the candidate with the least number of votes will be removed from the slate, and all of the other candidates will move forward. The candidate to be removed is Sharon Deserud. Oh, excuse me. The candidate with the fewest number of votes to be removed is Summer Burton.
Just want to make sure everybody understands what we're doing, because the votes were spread in a way that there was not a majority determined for a ranking of 7. The low, by our policy, which we're still following, for a process, even though we've put it aside for the number of candidates, the lowest ranking candidate drops off. Everybody gets to vote again. There's one fewer candidate on this list, and it's the person who got the least. Thus, there's the opportunity for people to redistribute their votes and find a majority consensus. So that's what we're doing next, is we're re-voting with one less candidate. Is everybody prepared to do that? Okay, we're gonna open that now.
Following the second round of the selection process, there is not a majority. So there will be an additional runoff selection process, and the candidates with the fewest number, and it's the same number, so they will both be removed from the next slate in accordance with the policy, will be Mandy Penny and Ken Baldwin.
Okay, is everybody ready for the next round of voting? Okay, it's gonna open now.
Following that round of selection, the following candidates have received the majority votes: Brian Gibson, Ziba Hashmi, Heather Jack, Beth Allison, Scott Andrew Collier, Sharon Deserud, and Jeremy McCall.
Okay, is someone willing to move that new slate for consideration? Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Any discussion on this slate of appointments to the London Public Library Board? Okay, then we'll vote on that slate when the clerk gets it entered. Okay, it's ready for opening. Everybody's good, no more debate? We're, okay. Oh, Councillor Pelosa.
Just a comment, I believe through this process that we've also lost anyone who identifies as part of the LGBTQ plus community.
Okay. Okay, we'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 12-3.
Colleagues, we're on to the next one. 4.42, consideration of appointments to the London Transit Commission. This requires 3 members. There are 10 on the list. Would anybody like to speak to the slate of candidates before we go through a selection process? Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Once again, great names. Thank you for the members of the community for willing to serve. I would just ask, no one's ever forced to answer, but if anyone has preferences before us to do the same kind of process we just went through over the last hour, please mention it at the forefront. It'd be appreciated.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you. And I don't have preferences, but I would like to speak as a member of this board for the past year. I came in last January, and it is a very small board. There's only 5 members. We have 2 new appointments from council. And in the spirit of continuity, I would like to bring to committee members' attention the 3 members, Tariq Khan, Cheryl Roth, and Stephanie Marantette, who are on the board now. I have learned to grow and learn to respect what they have offered to the board, and I would just like to make those comments. I know we've got a large slate there, but those are the three members that have put their names forward again. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Frank.
I do want to highlight, since we're getting kind of to the end of the list, that there are some people that have already been appointed to other commissions and boards. And so I just would encourage councillors to maybe consider trying to spread the joy of sitting on these commissions and boards to people maybe who haven't had an opportunity.
Any further comments before we start the selection process? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open up the selection process on this. There are 3 members that you can select, up to.
After the first round of selection process, there are 3 candidates who have received the majority of the votes, and they are Cheryl Ruth, Scott Andrew Collier, and Stephanie Marantette.
Okay, is someone willing to move that slate of candidates for appointment to the Transit Commission? Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor McAllister. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for approval. That vote is open.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
The next is consideration of appointments to the Middlesex London Health Unit. This one has both a note from the striking committee saying they were unable to come to a recommendation themselves, also a letter from the Middlesex London Health Board. So you have those for consideration as well. There's 1 member that we appoint. There are 3 names, no, actually 5 names, sorry, on the list. Just don't be fooled because there's 2 names listed under A on your agenda. So would anybody like to either speak to this or take an alternate approach? Councillor Trosau.
I want to speak to the question of recommendations from boards generally. And I think it's important to recognize that this city council was elected by the people to put people on these boards. And the people who are on these boards often want to continue the situation. And that may be good, it may be bad. And I'm not saying they're good people or bad people. But there's been, in the last couple of years, I think there's been a growing instance of this. And I don't like it because I think it does constitute somewhat of a loss of council autonomy. And I'm not saying how I'm necessarily going to vote, but I'm not swayed by these letters. And I would urge all of you to exercise your independent judgment, notwithstanding, I hate notwithstanding, is there a better word? These letters.
Other speakers? Councillor Lewis.
Well, I will say first, Councillor Trussow, I think given the events of the last month or so, use of the word notwithstanding is brave of you in the first place. But notwithstanding that, I will say particularly for some of our boards where the responsibility and interest is shared, not just by this council, but by the county as well. I'm much more inclined to give some weight to a recommendation that comes from the board because it gives us some consideration of the voice that representatives from the county might be asking us to think about as well. And the health unit is one of those boards that's shared. Likewise, and this has come up before, in fact, in the Articles of Incorporation, London Middlesex Community Housing is supposed to forward a recommendation to us. The library board is the opposite. While they don't have to, they have in the past forwarded recommendations when they were looking for a specific skill set. So I certainly, I understand where Councillor Trussow is coming from. I think those letters carry, for me, different weight depending on the board forwarding them and the request in the board letter. In this case, I think that the board makes a very strong case for some continuity with some change over there, and I will be supporting Matt Reed when we come to a vote on this.
Councillor Frank.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Lewis, or is it Deputy Mayor Lewis? What did I call you on the floor? No, I'm gonna call you Deputy Mayor Lewis. Okay, perfect. As one of the two councillors who've put myself on the Middlesex Line Health Unit and just, I don't want to say coming out of COVID because COVID's still happening, but throughout COVID, I would really appreciate some continuity on the board, and it sounds like a lot of the other board members have vacated their roles for various reasons. So I'll also be supporting Matthew Reed just because I would like to go into a board that has a couple people that know what's going on and maybe have the institutional knowledge of what's happening. And not to say that the other applications aren't fabulous, because I read through them and they are really great, but I'll also be supporting Matthew Reed on this one.
Other speakers? Councillor Cuddy.
Your Worship, I would agree with the Deputy Mayor and also Councillor Frank that we need continuity, especially on the health unit coming out of post-COVID. I'm familiar with Matt Reed and the work he's done, and I'll also be supporting his nomination. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay, shall we open a selection process for the 5 candidates where you can choose one? Okay, we will do that now.
Closing the vote. And through the selection process, Matthew Reed has received the most votes.
Next, we have item 4. Oh, we have to, sorry, a motion to confirm Matthew Reed as the appointee to the board. Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting as soon as it's ready.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
Now, consideration of appointment to the Plumbers and Drain Layers Examining Board. Requires 3 members. There is 1 person who is recommended, so same process as before. It would be recirculated should we choose to appoint this person and still have 2 vacancies. Is there anyone willing to move a motion to appoint the recommended person? Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 15-0.
So item 4.45 are the recommendations from RBC Place for their board of directors. This is done a little bit differently than the selection process. We receive the recommendations from them. There is a motion that is pre-populated in your e-scribe, which has the different classifications of voters and their recommendations for the terms for those different classifications. Is there someone who's willing to move the recommendations for the RBC Place Board of Directors? Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Frank. Any discussion or questions on these appointments? No? Okay, we can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 14-1.
The next is communication from London and Middlesex Community Housing about a tenant resignation. The motion is to direct the clerk to bring forward applications so that we can compile a list for their process, which will then come back to us for decision and acceptance of the communication from the Chief Executive Officer there. Is there someone willing to move that direction? This is in regards to a tenant resignation in a spot that needs to be filled. Councillor Lewis is willing to move. Councillor Trossau is willing to second. Any discussion or questions on this? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I referenced this in the last comments about the board from the health unit. In this case, LMCH will undertake an evaluation of the applicants. There's actually a great system that they have set up there. There's a whole spreadsheet with rankings of different skills that people bring to the table. So there'll be a thorough review of all the applicants, and a recommendation will come forward from the subcommittee of LMCH. But I did want to take this opportunity to thank Anne-Marie Mitchell for her service. She has been a wonderful addition to the board. We really do wish her success in her future endeavors. And I know, without telling her whole story for her, that she's leaving because it's good news. She's pursuing some educational opportunities and she's having great success, and I wish her all the best in that. And I hope that when the time comes, she'll consider coming back to the board and adding contributions once again, because she was a wonderful addition.
Any further discussion or questions? Councillor Trossau.
Oh, thank you for that. I was surprised. I'm surprised that the board is vetting the tenant representative. It's sort of like you have the landlord and there's going to be one tenant on the committee and the landlord's going to vet who the tenant's going to be. And I'm not sure. I don't know. Could you? You're on the board. Could you just explain? You know, I know maybe it would be nice to have somebody that uses spreadsheets or something, but what's the thinking there? Given there's some tension between the tenants and the board.
Yeah. Councillor Lewis, you can answer if you like, because you've served as the board chair, but I think we can get additional information as well.
Yeah, I did serve as the board chair, so I will just say that is consistent with the current Articles of Incorporation for the London Middlesex Community Housing. It is also, that selection committee does include representatives from the Tenant Engagement Committee. So there are tenant voices represented in the selection process as well. So I think that's important to share. It's not the CEO and the board chair and one member of the board making a decision. There's feedback that's gathered from multiple sources along the way.
And what I would add is they only make a recommendation to municipal council through the process that they're required to follow under their, I don't know if it's their bylaws or their articles of incorporation, I'm not sure if that, but Michael, the clerk, could get a copy of that. It comes back to council for recommendation, but we also see all of the other applicants. So we can take the recommendation in their process, or we can look at the other applications as well. It still is a final decision of municipal council. Any other questions? Okay, then we can vote on that. We can vote on that moved and seconded motion.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Deferred matters and additional business. I don't believe there's any additional business before us tonight. I'm going to, before I entertain a motion to adjourn, just make a couple of quick comments. First, I want to formally thank the striking committee for their work that they did. We may not have listened to all of the recommendations, but they did do a thorough vetting of the applications and provided thoughtful recommendations to us for our consideration, and we thank them for the incredible work that they've done. I know some members of council have served on the striking committee and know the amount of time and effort that it goes into to reviewing the applications and trying to make thoughtful recommendations to us. Of course, we do recognize that as our final decision, and I know the striking committee knows that as well, and they appreciate that fact. I want to thank also tonight our clerks, particularly Ms. Westlake Power, who helped us navigate a lot of motions and a lot of information in a very timely and quick way. There was a lot of information populated. Yes. And we appreciate the work of both you and the team supporting you here tonight, because I think you helped us work through this smoothly and efficiently. Finally, I want to say to colleagues, we navigated what is often, and it's always difficult because this is one of the first things we do, is we get elected, we get together, we have a great evening last night, and then we set up a whole bunch of decisions where we're going to disagree and not get our way, and sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. So I think everybody won and lost votes tonight. Everybody feels a sense of satisfaction and dissatisfaction, but I want to say tonight, you navigated the debate and the differences of opinion respectfully, adequately. We took some different approaches tonight. We found some consensus. I just want to say I'm very proud of the work that council has done tonight and the way that you approached the dialogue and debate, and I'll look forward to our continued engagements. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Van Meerbergen moved. Councillor Hillier seconded. All those in favor, this is a hand vote.
That motion's carried.
Thank you. We're adjourned.